Howdy. Oh, you're up there. How you doing? Hey there, Nui. How's it going? This is stream number 146. I'm going to continue my work from yesterday. I am working on integrating email capability into my game server platform, which I'm still building. We're getting closer to having a platform that is complete enough for me to feel confident to put it up on the cloud and start building a game on top of it. Currently here with no sound. Okay. No sound. Feels bad, man. So, Well, sorry, can't type as fast as I can talk. Shrug. Anyway. Let me give the link to the game I'm working on. And it should bring you to here to give you more detail about what I'm working on setting up. I am not ready to do game dev, but I'm making a platform for a multiplayer game. And I'm switching to Chrome for my everyday stuff, but I don't have all my bookmarks. So I need to go and grab this bookmark and paste it here to show you my Trello. Sorry, that took a little bit of time. Oh, that looks really weird in dark mode. Let's turn the dark mode off for this one. Yeah. Didn't take your headphones out. Aha. Okay. Seems good. Hey there, Rally Monkey. How's it going, my fellow golden geared pal? Why does this want me to sign in? Oh, because I'm not signed in. Maybe I gotta use Firefox for this after all. I don't want to actually sign in there. Boop. There. All right. So I'm working towards setting up the platform for my game. So there are a bunch of prerequisites. I'm getting through these as quick as I can. A lot of these are off-stream legal stuff that I'll just do separately. But a couple of things I'll be doing in the next week or so. I'm doing this today. I'm implementing an email system for mostly for password reset. And then later I'll be working on log compaction and snapshotting so that I can both back up the game's data on a regular basis, as well as improve the performance of the replication, taking servers in and out of the cluster without having to replay the entire history of the game. And yeah, a few other little things, I think. And we'll be ready to put this up on Amazon Web Services, up on the cloud. We can start building a game on top. How long have I been streaming? It says I've been streaming for 3 minutes. Yeah, so that's okay. You don't miss much. I just do the little intro that you've already seen a gazillion times, so you're not really missing anything. So yeah, today is going to be working more on the email system. So late last stream, I realized that I did not properly separate concerns when I made my SMTP library. Right now it's coupled with the network connection dependency that it has. So I need to decouple that. So for example, in the implementation of the client, we will find two things. The fact that it makes the concrete network connection class itself. Well, this is bad because that means I have to actually use a real network connection whenever I want to unit test anything that uses this library. So I'm going to change it so that instead of allocating the server connection here, we will pass in a delegate, a factory in a sense, that the SMTP can call to get a new connection, and the thing that actually makes the connection will be a dependency. So we'll be using dependency injection. And that will include all the transport layer security stuff here as well. So the objective is to decouple SMTP library from both this concrete class here and this concrete class here, both network connection and TLS decorator. The network connection already has an interface, a pure abstract interface, which we're already using when we store the pointer. So it should be pretty simple. I just need to take this code out and move it into a function that is supplied by the integration layer rather than being present directly in the library here. and we'll just call that function here. I believe that's all I need to do, but it's going to be a little bit of hassle because I have to actually change some interfaces, change some tests. These tests here have to actually do the injection of the dependency. I think that these tests right now are using a network endpoint, a real server, and that's I should have known when I had to set up this real server and do actual connection stuff. Or is that done? Right here where we actually, oh no, not there. Right here we're actually opening a real server on localhost with a random port number. I should have realized at that point, you know, why am I using a real network connection when all I really care about testing is the protocol? So, but anyway, I'll probably just keep this, and instead I'll have the test layer itself do the dependency. So that's what we're going to start with, I think. I'm going to, I suppose in here, we're going to define the actual dependency. So struct, what are we going to call it? I'm going to call it a similar name to what I've been calling it for HTTP. I think it was connection? Connection, is that what it was? And then there's something that provides the connection. I think that was transport. Right, so there's a so we'll have a transport class, just like an HTTP, we'll have one for SMTP. And it'll just be a single method called connect that returns a connection. I don't think I need this full connection class because this is also abstracting away some other things. Oh, no, it's not. Do I want this class or do I just, it's pretty much the same as network connection. So I feel it's a little bit redundant. Maybe I'll just shortcut it. So instead of having it return a connection, I'll have it return a network, network connection. And otherwise it'd be pretty similar. We'll have a host name, a port number. I'm not going to do this stuff though. We'll have the connection. Actually, let me check to make sure connection does that. The delegate stuff. So network connection is defined down here. Network connection. Okay, there we have these delegates. As long as the process is done here. Yeah, okay. So here's how the delegates are passed in for network connection. I think when I did where was it again? I lost it already. Let me pin this one. Problem is in VS Code, if you don't pin the file, then you can't go back to it if you click on something else. It was HTTP. This one. Yeah, I had decided at the time I did this interface not to include the not to include the processing, right? Yeah, so it defines the, oh wait a minute, no, it does have the delegates. So why did I make, hold on. Something I'm not getting here. Oh yeah, why did I have these delegates passed in if you can set them directly here? Huh. Well, that's a code smell. I'm not going to repeat that. I'll make it simpler. So we're going to call it like transport. So SMTP transport. So it's a concrete implementation of SMTP client transport. I wonder if I should just make it a subclass of client. Is client too big? Let's see. Where is actually it's here, right? Client. I already have extensions, so let's just put it in there. I can refactor it later, actually, if I need to. So it'll just be client subclass transport. Okay, and then we'll have some kind of interface, some kind of overrides here. Maybe I'll just steal from this one and change what I need. So instead of that, I want it to return a system abstractions network connection. And we don't have a scheme for SMTP. There's just a host name or address, port number, and that's it, right? So pretty basic. The idea is to replace the code that is currently here and highlighted. Actually, it's going to be a little bit more, right? So it's going to include this hostname lookup and this connect. So all of this will go into the dependency. So actually, I'm just going to copy that now and paste it here. So this is how it works when you go to a real network connection, is you use the real class. And then we need to do const auto, because it's a shared pointer, we're not changing the pointer. And then for these return falses, we're going to return null pointer. Otherwise, we return the server connection. And I think in the tests, I had opted to always use TLS. No, I had both. Okay. Did I ever actually use TLS? Looks like I did. Or I had the provision to. Okay, yeah, so that was false, but that one's true. Okay, so we had both. So that means use TLS should be something that we maybe have in advance. Diagnostic sender. Do I care about diagnostics in the unit test? No. Subscribe as client. So we need CA certs. That's the host name there. So CA certs is something that we need. And what else? Okay, I can't use auto here because TLS doesn't implement the concrete interface. It implements the abstract interface. So it's, and it can't be const because we're changing it, right? So shared pointer to system abstractions I network connection is the is the pure virtual, the abstract interface, and that's the concrete class. So if we use TLS, we let it use the concrete connection class, and then it replaces the concrete class as the interface. And then we don't need diagnostics. There's no diagnostics. I don't care in the unit test. Port number is given. Okay, and then presumably we're going to dependency inject this in. Oh, this needs a semicolon at the end. That's what those squigglies down here were alluding to. Okay. Where's the setup for common? Or maybe it's in start server. No, that's the server end. So setup should set up the client end. So that is smtp dot, what did I call it? What did I call it? Client dot, I like the idea of a configure function. All right, hold on, maybe not. We're really just setting the dependency, right? Like maybe that would be maybe that would be called configure. So we have to actually make one. We have to provide a function that makes one of these, right? Or do I just provide one of those? Let's have it provide one of those. So I would do something like, because it's a throwaway dependency. I don't actually need to keep it myself. I can just do make shared one. like that. All right, so I think that's all I need to do in the unit test. Now I need to define configure, and I need to define the interface, and I need to define the connect in the interface. So let's do configure first. I mean, yeah, configure first, yeah. Configure probably roughly here. So in general, you would construct it, set up diagnostics, and then configure. I just thought of something. I removed diagnostics from registering from net, but I kind of, in the real dependency, well, in the real implementation, I do want to get access to those diagnostics. So how would I get that? Actually, I think it's okay because this TLS, I think, does its own, yeah, okay, it does its own subscription. Okay, so we're good. It already chains its to through its own diagnostics. I thought I heard my cat. Oh, I think my cat wants to get let in. You know what that means? If my cat wants to be let in, it's going to be cat reveal FaceTime. Hold on a second. Be right back. Nope, he was just announcing to the world that he's a cat. He's not outside. Custom fat. I do have an open emote. Should I make it my cat's face? What do you think, Rally Monkey? I'll have to get a nice picture of his face. And then maybe make a pixel art version of it for low res. I don't know. We'll think about it. I will consider that. Because what else am I going to do with my emote slot for now? I have 2 unused open emote slots right now. One has a EJ placeholder, and the other one's completely open. And I was thinking about eventually when I have game content to make the emotes relevant to the game I'm making. Hey there, Clayman. But I don't have a game yet, so I don't have any emotes ideas. So in the meantime, though, we can use some placeholders. Maybe Casper's face would make a good emote. All right, so yes, we're adding. So people just joining. I'm separating out a dependency from this library SMTP. So I had written this highlighted code here, included in the actual implementation of this SMTP library. It was coupled with this class, this concrete class, which does connections to the server, and I'm trying to remove that dependency out so that I can use the protocol library without an actual network connection, like mock the network connection. So to do that, I'm taking this code out, I'm putting it for now in the test framework for that code. So that same code is now here, and we're going to be injecting this code as a dependency into the library through an abstract interface. So 2 parts of it are to add a function here called configure that takes a shared pointer to this abstract interface transport. Hold on, we're just declaring it here, right? So set up or provide the dependencies the class needs to operate. All right, excuse me. Transport is the object to use to make network connections to SMTP servers. All right. And then we will make a shell for that. Let's go to where this one's defined. Put it here. All right. Client. Okay, now we need to define this interface. So I have this other interface called extension. Let's close that. I guess we can, let me put it at the top actually, because it's intended to be used by users and not used internally so much. Actually, so are the other types, so take that back. Let's just add it at the bottom. Okay, this is the interface users. This is the interface to the dependency of the class, which provides network connections, which implements network connections the class needs to communicate with SMTP servers. All right. All right, so that means that this will compile, but this override won't work. That squiggly should go away. Taking it a while. Okay, there it goes. But it should put a squiggly back on this because it's overriding something that doesn't exist. I'll just put it in here. I don't want to wait for it. There we go. That's a specification of an abstract interface. It's a class with just public functions and no data, and all the functions are pure virtual. Make a new connection, or establish a new connection to a server. Host name or address. This is the dyslexic today in my typing. Uh-oh, what's going on with that? They're getting some funny direct light behind me. This is the host name or IPv4 address. I don't support IPv6 addresses, do I? Not yet, at least. Yeah, IPv6 unfriendly stream is true. This is the host name or address of the server to which to connect. I think what it is there's a window behind me, that way, where if there's glare off of a windshield of a car passing by, it shows up on the reverse side of my my blue screen. Port. This is the port number of the server. Okay, what do we return? An object used to communicate with the server is returned. And what if we return null? This is, let me center this. This is returned if a connection to the server could not be established. All right. So then this will work. And everything should break. Actually, no, hold on. This won't work yet. I need to actually declare, I need to depend on that library for the interface. So that's iNetwork. Interesting that it won't, didn't let me auto type that. Okay, now let's see. It'll actually still work because we're not actually using the dependency. It's the first compile of the day. It'll take 30 seconds. You can screen cap from the clip that was taken of Casper, sure. I'd like to get a high quality picture of him though. It's hard to take his picture because he doesn't like to look at you for very long. He's really shy. He'll like look away and you're like, crap. That would have been a good picture if you didn't look away. Okay. Yeah, re-verify. Zoop. Okay. Where are you, SMTP? There you are. Okay, so let us actually take the code out now from the implementation. Actually, hold on. Before I do that, let me store this. Transport equals transport. And then we need to provide storage for it. So, I don't know. How about here? This is the object used to establish new network connections to SMTP servers. Okay. Right, so all of this goes. So essentially it's server connection equals impl trans. Oh, this is already in the impl class. Okay, so transport connect server host name, server port number. And then all this can go, right? Unless what? Unless we get a null. So if that is equal to null pointer, then we're unable to connect, right? Yeah. Cool. And then the TLS can go, right? Why was I doing this? For some reason I thought it was important to do the handshaking before connect returns. I guess I'll just move this. Because this is really, I think this is just for the convenience of the test. So I can actually move that here, right? And along with that timeout. That's good. I get to remove this thing, which I'd never really fully commented. It goes into the tests here. And I'll take the time to comment. No, I won't even bother, because it's in the test. Ha 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 ha. Alright. So connect is just getting the connection, and if it does get a connection, it sets up delegates and calls process on it. I wonder if I'll have a chicken and the egg problem, though, if this waiting for the handshake to complete doesn't happen until after we start processing. Let me check. Might have to give up the manually doing the handshaking. That would be here, right? Process? Yeah, so we can't do the handshake until this is done. Okay. Because this code did, it did it after the process. Okay, so, I think it's okay to leave that out, actually. Hey there, Abotics99, how are you doing? C++ is right. I'm fixing a mistake I made last week, which was that I had some coupling in this library for SMTP. It was tightly coupled to the implementation of how network connections are made, and I needed to decouple that because I want to use this protocol library without actually making a real network connection. So it was already using a pointer to an abstract interface. It's just before it was actually making a concrete instance of that class directly in Connect. Now I have it delegated to a dependency called transport, which is set separately in this configure. Where's configure? So now you can configure it with a transport, and that transport is an abstract class that the integration layer will implement, and in the implementation when you ask it to connect with a host name and port number, it'll give you back an abstract interface to the actual connection object. So when I want to mock it, the implementation of this will be just a pretend network interface, and in the real program, it'll be a real network connection. So that's what I'm doing today. And after I do that, then I can make a mock network connection in my next level test, which is making sure that my server will try to use the protocol correctly to send email. This is all about sending password resets when people ask for it in my game. So also for account validation. So my game servers need to be able to send emails to you whenever you need your password reset, for example. So I had implemented SMTP, which is Simple Mail Transport Protocol, and it wasn't easily testable within the integration layer of my game, so that's what I'm working on fixing now. So my game will use SMTP, and in the tests for my game, we'll provide a fake network connection for testing. In the real game, it'll use a real network connection. So let me know if you have any questions. I also have a bunch of commands, like if you wanted to know more about the game I'm trying to make, it's there. Hey there, Bugfound. Yeah, feel free to ask any other questions. I got other commands that might be handy, that might answer some common questions. All my notes are publicly available. They're in OneNote. There's a public link. If you follow the one for the game, the rest of my notes are there too. All right. So that should break everything. No, wait a minute. It shouldn't break everything. It should still work. That's the whole point of this. I'm running my unit test. No, it broke. Oh, but only one test broke. Connect to server with TLS bad certificate. Oh, that's right. It has to do with the handshake thing. So that's the test that's sensitive to the handshake needing to be done. Let me look at it. Client tests, line 64. So this test says to oh, that's right, because okay, this is dead code now. I need to fix that. So it used to be that you go to the SMTP client and you tell it directly enable TLS. Well, that's an implementation detail of the connection itself. So that we need to get rid of. So we're getting rid of this. The SMTP doesn't care about the transport layer because that's a now dependency injected. So we can get rid of all this stuff. Oh, wait a minute, is this the test? Yeah, this is the test. So keep that. Oh, well, except for this needs to be reworked. I'll do that in a second. That's another test. Right, so this we get rid of that, which means I don't need these variables. I don't need these variables anymore because they're part of the dependency we're injecting in now. And this goes. You fixed your PC today? Great. You had to desolder the flash chip, reprogram with the BIOS. My goodness. You had to take the BIOS off of the motherboard, flash it, and then put it back in? That's crazy. You know, you could probably earn money doing that for other people. Look at you. Bugfound is like the PC repair guy. Awesome. Okay. Okay, this has Newman's gonna break basically. Newman's not gonna have Newman's my test program for sending emails. Newman could actually just take a copy of this implementation here, and then, yeah, let's just do that. We'll take that and just paste it into Newman. Put it here. It just means I have to document it, because Newman's a real program. This is the maximum amount of time. Actually, am I even using this anymore? I am. Oh, but I reasoned out that I can't do that, right? Yeah, okay, we can't do that. All right, we're gonna remove that. There's no more separate TLS handshaking phase. Because it's a chicken and the egg problem, because in order for the whole thing to work, we have to return the server connection. SMTP then has to start processing using it, and then we could do the handshake. So we can't do that. Bummer. That means that in the test I have to do the same thing, right? Remove that. And then remove this. Okay. You're educated in electronics? Yeah, well, the basic stuff of soldering you don't forget, right? That's cool. But not a whole lot of people can do that. So it's awesome that you know how to do that. Okay, yeah, so this also now depends on, hold on, a couple classes. We have system abstractions, we don't have TLS decorator though. So pull that in, which means I need to run CMake, so that updates the build system. So that now we can include the TLS decorator. TLS stands for Transport Layer Security. So this adds encryption onto the layer of between the client and the server, basically. I don't know why it's still complaining about this though. Yes, it does. I think it's just stale. Okay, anyway. We don't do this. It is enabled by what? This is the test, right? Let me think about this. Instead of calling this, we tell our transport. We have to make a transport. Let's make one where... Let's make it up here. So auto transport standard make shared transport. Or I call it SMTP transport, didn't I? And then... I suppose we could just say client dot configure transport, right? And then down here we do instead of client enable TLS, we do transport arrow CA certs equals that. And then I have to say transport use TLS is this is Newman, so we're always using it. Actually, if we're always using it, then I don't need the stupid flag, right? Get rid of the flag. So that. Cool. And the unit test needs to do that also. It needs to set the CA certs. Where's that done? That should have been... Is it down here? Ah, there we go. It's where enable TLS is called. So wherever it says tests, wherever it says that, we say, oh, it means I have to hold on to a reference to the transport. Before I was just throwing it, I was just making one and throwing it away. That was where? Right here. So let's make one. Call it transport. And make it in the declaration of the class. Right here. So we can say is a shared pointer to that transport equals that. Oh, it means I need to move the class declaration there too. Okay, not a problem. Moving the class declaration. Suppose we'll paste it here. And really I shouldn't put the actual code in the header file. If I have an implementation file, I'll put it there instead. So I'll put it here. So I remove the virtual, I remove the override, and I put in front here the name of the class, SMTP transport. There we go. And then reduce this to just a semicolon. Okay, and then wherever we did that enable TLS now, we can just say transport. Transport. Use TLS is true, and transport CA certs is whichever one we want. So some tests use the good one, other ones use the bad one for testing. Because we want to see the negotiation either succeed or fail. Actually, do I even care? Because really, we're just then testing the dependency. Maybe I can just remove all that stuff. I'm really only testing my own test. Oh, I'll just keep it. Doesn't hurt. I needed to use the good one here, right? I'll keep it in there. Well, no. I'll keep it in there just to test. To make sure, yeah, it's not bad to test it. Let's just try this out. Did I ever call configure? I did, okay. It'll call configure, then it'll set the TLS either on or leave it off and use a certificate of my choice. Okay, let's try it. Yay! All right. I suppose I should test breaking it, right? So the test would be where this bad one is, I'll make it good, and that should make it break, right? Yeah, it breaks. Okay, cool. Cool. And let me run Newman to make sure it's still working. So Newman is a play on the character from Seinfeld who was a mail carrier, and it was Jerry Seinfeld's arch nemesis. So for me, Newman is a little test program that delivers email. So I can tell him to deliver the test email using the test certificate for the mail server. And looks like it worked. Email sent successfully. So I'm just running a local SMTP server for testing. And I use Thunderbird just as a convenient way to look, and there's the mail. And yeah, it worked. Let me send another one just to make sure. So I get the mail, there's another one. Cool. Still works. So I've separated the SMTP from its dependency. Sweet. Let's check that in. So these components like SMTP that I write, I should say two things about them for people who haven't seen my stream before. I like to write things from scratch to understand things deeply, so I wrote my own implementation of SMTP client, which is what you use to send email, rather than making a search for something that's already been written. So that's one thing. The second thing is because it's reusable, and there's no reason not to, I make it open source. So you can find this and other reusable parts of the code I write on my GitHub, MIT license. So here, I'm going to check in a change that says what. Actually, you know, before I check that in, I want to make sure that the dependency truly is severed. And that'll be that we don't include the concrete network connection header from anywhere. Like that. So remove that, and it should still build. And I should remove the TLS decorator too. And the outer, right, so we can sever that dependency completely. And I can actually say so in the README, that we no longer depend on it. Oh, we never did say we were depending on it. Okay. So we're depending on system abstractions, but only for the pure interface. It won't actually use the concrete class anymore. And we can tell that by the fact that I only include the I network connection, not the network connection. It does use concrete diagnostic sender and string extensions, but that's really just utilities. So I'm okay with that dependency. What were the other dependencies it had? Hash functions, yes, we need that, and Actually, do we need hash? Maybe that's stale. Oh yeah, we don't use hash. Why do I have hash listed there? And the README. What is it? It really depends on. Oh, I think I got it. I think I made a mistake there. It really depends on Sassel, which depends on hash. And then I have base64. Let me fix this. We need to say, putting it in alphabetical order. This should be base64. Library which implements. I think I've documented this before, so let me search. Aha. There we go. I've already typed it before. Am I really putting it up there? I think I'd rather list it below. Okay. Hold on a sec. SMTP doesn't list SMTP auth as a dependency. Is that a bug? Oh no, it's not a bug. But we don't depend on Sassel directly, do I? I do not. So I don't need Sassel there either. And what about message headers? I do depend on that. Okay, I'm glad I looked at this because I had those dependencies I didn't need. If it still builds without that, then that's good. All right, cool. So I don't need to list hash. Actually, I don't need base64 either. What am I doing? Don't need base64. It's just system abstractions, right? And message headers. Okay, I didn't have that one. So I don't need base64. I think that's because I stripped it out and put it in SMTP auth, a separate library. Okay, so let's update this. It needs message headers. Let me see if I documented that in another README. I did. Yay. I don't have to type it from scratch. I can just copy paste it. So those are our true dependencies. It uses CMake for making the build system. It needs a C++ 11 toolchain. It needs message headers and system abstractions. And so these two dependencies should be what matches there. That's true. The unit tests, if you wanted to run them, have additional dependencies. TLS decorator, which actually I can remove now, right? If I wanted to. It doesn't truly need that. It's sort of just extra testing. Okay, we'll run the test one more time to make sure. Let me run all the tests. While that's going on, we'll make this commit. So, stripped out some dependencies we didn't need. Documented one that we did need. Removed the one that we didn't. Maybe I should make that explicit. I mean, a separate commit. Actually, no, I'll pull them all together. Have you seen this problem before? You have a static library and a DLL that uses it. You have an exe that uses both the lib and the DLL. Yes, I know. That happens. I've had coworkers do that, and I've had to sort of explain what's going on there. What happens is a DLL and an exe are both linked objects. So all symbols are resolved in DLLs usually. If one way to resolve a symbol is if you have a reference to another DLL. Actually, I think it works both ways. So you can fully link something even if it has unresolved symbols, as long as those symbols are marked as being provided by another DLL or exe. Static libraries are not fully linked. They are intermediate. They're like object code. So when you make a DLL that uses a static library, you're making a fully linked object. So it'll actually get a copy. You're basically embedding a copy of the static library into the DLL, right? Now you built your exe. It's also using the static library. It's going to fully link to form the program plus another copy of that static library. So now both the exe and the DLL will have, individually they'll have copies of that static library. Then when you try to load it all together, I guess if you're importing the DLL explicitly, it'll try to resolve them at link time, and so the linker will give you this error about the duplicate imports. Another way you can run into it is if you dynamically load the library, then at load time you might get other problems because there's two copies of the static library there. The way to resolve that is to, let's see, you have to, when you fully link it, that static library can't provide something that's exported outside. That's one way you could do it. So basically, the DLL and the exe can both have private copies of the static library, and that's fine as long as nothing is exported, because it's the exports that are clashing, and you're getting duplicate imports because there are duplicate exports. So yeah, what's one way you could do that? You can you find the things in the static library that are actually being exported and put that in a separate thing. I guess this would be a fourth thing, which really is a DLL, and then have both the exe and the original DLL link with that one as well, if you can. Does that make sense? It's the exe and the DLL are both getting copies of the static library, and if that had exports, now you're gonna have clashes. Another thing you can run into, it might still link, but you might have problems because if the DLL and the exe both have copies of data and functions, and you pass references between the DLL and the exe, you might create an object in one copy of the static library and use it from the other copy, and if they have their own separate memories, it can get really confused. That's what I would do. I would have a common DLL that has the things that the exe and the other DLL need. And that way there's only one copy of it, and you shouldn't have any duplicates anymore. But then the flip side is you have that extra DLL you have to carry around. Yeah, if you ever have static libraries, you got to be careful that if you have multiple copies, you could run into duplicate imports, and you could have crossover where an object created on one side is used by the other side. The worst case is like you could have two heaps, one made by the DLL, one made by the exe, and if you do an alloc on one and a free on the other, the heap that you free it to is going to say like, I don't know what this object is. It's not on my heap, and it'll crash, right? Best to avoid duplicates like that. So static link libraries either need to be like fully resolved with no exports, or be fully self-contained, or just not have any data. Just be code only, like the standard library. It's usually safe to have multiple copies of that because it's just code. Yeah, that's also the solution. Like if you had two libraries that depend on each other, the general solution is you break the cycle, the dependency cycle, by defining a third thing which sort of has the common stuff that caused the cyclic dependency, and put that into a third thing, and then the original two things both depend on that third thing. So you don't have that problem because everything is a lib except the exe. That's another way to do it, is if you only have one fully linked entity, the exe, then what the linker will do is it'll say, oh, well, these two libs both need this third thing, so it'll resolve it with just one. By pulling in one copy, it resolves the dependencies of two other things. The problem with the exe and DLL is you're doing two separate link stages, one for the DLL, and then you're doing it again for the exe, and the two link stages don't communicate directly. So the second link stage says, hey, this thing you're trying to link with, it's got the same thing that you already have, and it's already linked, so sorry, duplicate. All right. I think I, again, fell prey to over-explanation, so sorry if that was too wordy. So this is separate concerns. separate the transport layer concerns. Use dependency injection to provide SMTP client with the transport layer that it needs. Yeah, it is kind of complex. Yeah, but you inevitably run into that when you try to make larger programs. And that's not something that's taught a lot, because usually when programming concepts are taught, the examples are simple. It's hard to teach complicated things. A lot of times you just, oh, look at that, I got a failure. Oh, that's because of the unfinished work on the sending the mail. Yeah, it's hard to teach complicated things because you have to build them up, right? And teaching environments are pretty narrowly focused. Push the change. Okay, so now I think I can have an easier time in the game server integrating the email because I don't actually need a real transport layer. I can have a fake one. So let's go work on that now. Yeah. Looking for you, Realm server. Where are you? R comes from 4S. Here we go. It was in WebSocket test, WebGate test, right? Right. So I think what I wanted to do is add the transport layer wherever the other transport layers are set. I think it's here, the set transport factories. Right. So we're going to have a fourth one, and it'll be mock SMTP transport factory. All right, so we'll put that here. SMTP transport factory. I guess I can just copy this, paste, rename. This is the factory function to call whenever a new SMTP client transport layer is needed. Whether or not it requires security, that's the that'll be a parameter of the transport factory, I think. So we're going to define that next. Hold on. I need to add this in all the right places. So there. So do the same thing. Impl that equals that. And then the tests. Just call that helper. That's a helper right there. And then this one needs to do that. We need to make one. So I don't know what it is yet. It's some function. Probably going to use the same CA certs, right? So we'll go ahead and capture that in advance. Actually, will I subscribe to diagnostics, or will I just go through the SMTP client? I think I'll go through the SMTP client. Oh, you know, I forgot to take my allergy medicine today. Hold on a sec. I got really bad allergies, and it's like peak allergy week or something like that. I start to feel it like up here, like tightness. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot to take my allergy medicine. Sucks to have allergies too. Like you have a constant cold, low-level cold. So this doesn't need to do anything yet. I need to declare parameters, don't I? Oh no, that's optional if there are no parameters. But there probably will be. It can be defined however I want. So I think what I'm going to do is have it bool include TLS or not. Actually, I'll never not use TLS. It's always going to use TLS. So back to no parameters, I think. Okay. So I need to define that type. Let's do that here. Oh, and let's take the opportunity to convert these. That's the old style way of making a type. The new style way is this way. So shared pointer to SMTP client transport. No arguments. This just has to include SMTP now. And let me make sure that the dependency is set up right. It might not be. It is. Okay, I just need to include the header. Include SMTP client. Okay. Right, so let me convert these to the new styles. This is just say using instead of typedef, and then you put the name up front with an equal sign, and I think it just reads better. And one of my viewers taught me that. I didn't know that. This is the modern C++ way of making a type name. Alright. This is the type of function that's called whenever a new SMTP client transport layer is needed. New. I should say that this is a new HTTP. Same thing here, right? New HTTP. And this one has a need TLS or not, because we have a public end and we have a private end. And the private end does not use TLS, public end does. When we're making a client connection, I think it's always using transport layer security. And SMTP will always use it. Okay. So this won't work because I don't have this stored wherever these are stored. So let's do that. And copy the documentation. Hold on. That'd be here. This is the factory function to call. Whenever a new SMTP client transport layer is needed. Okay. Make sure that that builds. And then I have to make a mock one. It didn't build. Undeclared identifier. Okay. Oh, probably just didn't make an instance of it. Okay, let's do that. This is the factory function given to the unit under test to be called each time a new SMTP client layer should be constructed. Let me update these up here to say HTTP. HTTP. Since we're dealing with two different protocols now. Okay, now where this has to be built somewhere. Okay, there's where it's built. So we need to build the other one now. Mock client. Mock SMTP client. Don't know what I need yet. That should have worked. Oh, no, it won't work until I return something. Right? I should probably rename this. Let's rename that. Whoops. It's Control-Shift-L to change all, to select all instances. So that's HTTP. So Control-Shift-L, HTTP. Okay. What'd I break? The main function can't convert an anonymous thing to the factory. Oh, that's in the main. Okay, I haven't updated that yet. This thing, oh, because it doesn't return the right thing. Okay, so that should not break anything other than, well, the test that was broken before should still be broken. But takes a while. Okay, good. And still failing the same way, it doesn't get the connection? Okay. So time to make the mock one. And the test framework here. So I have mock SMTP, right? No, I don't. So I was going to make a class that has this in it. Let's collapse everything so I can read it a bit easier, and then it's in the anonymous namespace, so it's one of these. So struct mock. Actually, let me rename these. This one's HTTP, right? So let me rename this one. Mock HTTP connection. Rename this one to mock HTTP server. Rename this one. And just make sure that I didn't break anything. Okay. So now I can be more explicit. It's a mock SMTP client transport. It inherits from SMTP client transport. And where's WebGate? Okay, can I use this one for, no, it's not that one, it's the common one here. The common HTTP. Definition of this, yeah, okay, so I want to pull that in. We don't need certificates. Right, I was going to simplify this one a bit. It's just going to be totally fake. Right? So we will make a, I guess that means I need to make a mock SMTP connection. Sure, let's do that. Struct. Can I do that in the above it? Maybe that makes more sense. Mock SMTP client connection, I guess. That has to mock system abstractions, network connection. And then we'll go to that interface to see what I need to override. Okay, so there's a subscribe. Let me take that name and put it here in a comment. We need to connect. Process. Get peer address. Get peer port. Is connected. Get bound address. Get bound port. Send a message. And close. All right. Space these out. And now I'm going to take all these virtuals. Actually, no, the virtuals stay. But all the equals zeros, select them all, and then that becomes that. And then all these ones that require something, that should have that in front. We'll just, that needs a function, right? So just return an empty function. This needs a bool, so I'm just doing minimal. So false. Actually, let's make the default true, like optimistic. And there's no address or port number. Connected is true. There's no bound address or port number. And that's all I need, right? So then all I need to do is make one of these. And actually, let's do the same thing that the client transport did. I think it put it into a list somewhere. Maybe not the client one. Maybe it was a server one. No. Not that one. Maybe it was the client one. Yeah, it put one into a list so that we could wait for it. So yeah, let me steal from this class. So we'll have we need a mutex and Actually, this is the old style where I used a condition variable, and I was trying to use future for this instead. Did I use future here? No, where did I use future for this? Maybe in the SMTP test. I think this is where it was that I used it. Don't remember exactly where though. Not here. I guess I can do it from scratch. Yeah, let's just do it from scratch. So, properties. And this is the connection, so I don't want it here. Here I want it. So we'll make a vector of pointers to this class. Because every time a connection is requested, we'll put it in, we'll make one and put them into this vector so that the test framer can look at that to make sure it was requested. So this is connections. Vector I do have included. Okay. What about memory? I don't have memory included. You should include memory if you use smart any of those shared pointers. Am I worried about heap fragmentation? No, not at all. Heap fragmentation is a performance issue. I usually don't worry about performance issues until I see them. If I see a performance issue, then heap fragmentation is one of the suspects. It's kind of like when when a crime happens, the police then gather suspects, but you don't usually gather the suspects before there's any crime. So the same thing. I know about heap fragmentation as a suspect of performance issues, but I'm not going to look for that until I see a problem. Unless, like, I predict that, oh, what I'm doing here is going to be really bad for the heap, and then I might preemptively do something smart to avoid it. But yeah, I'm not worried at this point. Because it turns out a lot of the times we worry too much about performance, and the real performance issues are a much smaller set than what we worry that they will be. Yeah. And this, for example, I'm not sending email very quickly. By definition, I want to rate limit the sending of emails. So if it takes like a few milliseconds longer to send an email, I don't care because my rate limit is going to be pretty strict. It's going to be like you can't send an email more than once every few seconds. So a few milliseconds on top of a few seconds is nothing. Now, the reusable components, that's another story, because I don't know how it will be reused. Maybe someone will need to send a lot of emails very frequently for a large mailing list, and then they might, if there's heap fragmentation issues, and it's pinned down to that SMTP client, then yeah, I'd have to go and do one of many techniques. So, for example, one technique to avoid heap fragmentation is use a custom allocator. The custom allocator would maybe pre-allocate a certain number of objects, and whenever something is freed, it would go to placement delete, which would not give it back to the heap, but just put it back into a pool, a linked list, for example, of objects you can reuse. So yeah, you'd use a combination of placement new, placement delete, and pre-allocation to avoid the fragmentation like that. Another reason why you might want to do that is if you want to keep all the objects linearly in the same spot in memory, because you're maybe looping through all of them a lot, and you want it to be cache friendly. So this is just tricks. They're in the later stages of programming when you have all the functionality done, but it's slow, and you need to go back and figure out where are the bottlenecks, and then what are your suspects? Is it heap fragmentation? Is it too many loops? Like, is it bad cache performance? Or are you just doing extra things you don't need to? Do you need to, there's lots of, you just get a lineup of the usual suspects and you go through them. And yeah, I'm nowhere near that with this code. Okay, connect. We're going to make one. Const auto connection is standard make shared mock SMTP client connection. And then connections push back the connection. Return the connection. Thanks for the follow, King Scorpion 64. Oh, hope you enjoy the stream. Let me know if you have any questions. And I think in the other places, I wanted to protect this. Do I need to? If I'm going to use a future, these tests will only really make one connection to email, right? So I'll use a future. Let's do this. So include future. What I want to, in the test code, I'm going to have places where I want to wait for the connection to be made. So I'll have like a method here. Something like await connection. And there might be a timeout. Do I have this anywhere else? Not here, but I did have them somewhere else. I guess I should search for that. Right. Right, this had like timeouts. This stuff, right? So I might want to have that stuff as well. So a default, let's wrap that because it's long. So wait up to a second by default for a connection. And actually I can then totally steal its implementation, can't I? Oh no, this was using a condition variable. Okay, so it's slightly different, right? For a future, actually I need to make the future, right? So we'll keep it simple. It'll be just, you can wait once. So it'll be a promise. And should I just be nice and return? Actually, then I don't need this vector, do I? Yeah, what if I just do it like this? A promise to return one of these. And call that connection promise. Right? And then this one will just, instead of pushing back, it will say connection promise dot set value. Now, this will only work as long as the unit under test only makes one connection request, which I think is fine. Yeah, well, if it changes, I'll change it at that point. So connection. And then return it back to the unit under test. So then we can wait for it to know when the connection was made. And I don't need this thing, right? Oh, no. This was just for convenience. So the implementation of this is connection promise get future wait for, and then the timeout. And then return that. Wait a minute, wait for returns the future status, right? So it's, I wanted to turn this into that, right? Get future, wait for, why does it say, oh, anyway, it's if that is ready. Standard future status ready. Then return, actually I need to get the future first, right? Hey there, Gelmega, how's it going? I haven't quite gotten the rhythm of your name down, so I always pause, Gelmega, and I keep thinking, I hope I'm saying that right. So this is auto connection future, connection promise. If the future is ready, return its get. Otherwise we timed out, right? So then return null pointer. Okay. So we're passing off this object to the unit under test, expecting that it will call connect. When it does, we'll make a mock connection and return it. But before returning it, we're also going to give it back to this promise, which the test framework will use to wait for that connection. Make sense? So down here, why are all these marked as bad? I have no idea why. Maybe whenever I see that, I think I missed some punctuation somewhere. Let's see if the compiler tells me. Oh, you're still working on the abstract syntax tree stuff, right? I'm glad that you're fun. I'm glad that you're having fun with that. That's really advanced stuff. Gelmega is making compilers. Should all be impressed. Skyncrowd, thank you for the follow. Clang is a... Is it Clang? Or is it LLVM? Clang is a C++ compiler built on top of LLVM. And LLVM and Clang, I guess, provide reusable libraries for you to do compiling. And an AST is an abstract symbol tree, right? Which is sort of the output of the parsing stage of a compiler, and it sort of shows a program or a source code broken up into its tokens according to the syntax. It's really advanced stuff, and it's really cool for... I like it, but yeah, it's not for everyone. Did I mean it in the slightest bit sarcastic? I don't know what you mean, but I just think it's cool that you're working on that stuff. It built, so it must have been stale. I was expecting to see compiler errors because I saw a lot of red squigglies, but they went away. Okay, so that's good. So it's this test I need to focus on, right? Send mail. So I was configuring the WebGate, and when I send mail, okay, it's this await that we need to rewrite. Right, I had a TBD in here. So what we do here, let me remove this. Let me remove that parameter for now. Oops. Yeah, let's just, okay, it's not declared first, so it's no parameter. Actually, why don't I just forward it? Why don't I just get, yeah, so I already have a bookmark there. Let me remove my other bookmarks. Okay, so it's the mock SMTP client transport. So let me put a bookmark on here. I want to take that type and go back here to the other bookmark, and we'll return that type. Okay, and then we'll just forward it. Return mock SMTP connection transport dot. Is that not what I called it? Oh, never make one of them. So how does the set transport factories? Oh, I never called that. We need to call that. I should call it where? Here? Okay, it's called that. Why did I call it that? Let's put the word client in there. And let me put it in here too. Is that in a different file? No. Oh, that is just what it's called. Okay, fine. Yeah, the generating C binding, the fact that you're making your own language and then that language generates C bindings is pretty cool. Oh, fun. The word fun, if you've ever played the game Dwarf Fortress, in that game the word fun is also heavily loaded and semi-sarcastic. It means that you lose the game in a spectacular way. That's fun. So I tend to think of fun, one of the definitions of fun is something dramatically, spectacularly bad. But yeah, fun and maybe in quotes. Kind of fun. All right, that's what I need where I bookmarked, right? So this. Okay, yeah, it was missing. Oh, right. It's through a shared pointer. No, it's is it not? Okay, okay. I'm confused. It's a function. Oh, I know why. Because here, how did this work? I think what I wanted to do here is I'm going to assume basically set the requirement that the WebGate only calls this factory once, because it doesn't make sense to me it would ever call it more than once. Actually, but it might, right? If it changes its transport, its SSL certificate. But then again, no, because it's not responsible for that. Okay, so we should be good if I say make that I assume it's only once. So that means we just capture this and return the mock SMTP client transport, which we make one of. And I need to make it. Where would I make it? Here. So right, instead of having a vector of them, we'll just make one of them. But it still needs to be shared. Mock SMTP client transport. And we'll go ahead and make it. Make shared. This is used to mock the SMTP client transport. Why am I copying? Why am I typing? This is used to mock the SMTP client transport layer. Yeah, that's all I want to say. Okay, and then this should just return that arrow await connection with a default timeout. And then let's turn that into a singular. Okay, and then await messages. Actually, we're just going to use that directly to await, right? So let me build that. Let me build these into that class here. And then I'll just get rid of the SMTP part. Okay, I have send message twice, though. Actually, that's okay as long as they have different arguments. I think it's okay. So, await messages first, I guess. Didn't I have... I did a little bit of that in these tests over here, I thought. No, maybe it was here. Oh yeah, here it was. So let's just, yeah, I think I want this stuff pasted here. Modified slightly, and then, what was the other one? Send message. Send message is easier, right? It's just, we need to call the, we need to store this and then call it. To store this, so properties. So when process is called, we just say our delegate, we store a copy of it so that we can call it later here. And it wants a vector of bytes. So that's vector unidate t message beginning to end. Did it take another parameter? No. And that's no semi there. And there's no client index. There's only one client. No client index. Okay, so this is different. I need to actually have a wait condition. So I need a condition variable. Okay, I already have that. Do I have mutex? Yeah, okay. So we'll have a mutex. We'll have a condition variable called, looks like I called it wait condition. And I don't need client or client index or that. It's just lines received. So I need to have a line. This needs to go under lines received. And then we fill lines received somewhere else. And let's find out where. Where is this lines received? Okay, it's here. Where is it filled? It's filled there, okay. So I need this stuff. This is the, when we receive data. That goes in the send message here. So grab a unique lock. We don't need these lines. Okay, I guess I needed to have a data received. What's the type of data received? Okay, this. That's line received. There's data received. Okay, right, because we receive it in bytes and we need to break it up by lines. So store the bytes here and then break it up into lines there, right here. So this is message instead of data. So data received is there. I don't need this. And then we do the breaking up of the lines. And then at the end, we notify our condition variable so that if we're waiting, we can then swap them out and return them. Sounds good to me. What happens if it fails? Oh, we just get what we get what we get when we don't throw a fit. That's what I tell my kids. All right, so it's wait SMTP connection, and instead of us just asserting true, we get the connection out, right? So const auto SMTP connection. We'll just call it connection. And then assert false. Connection equals null pointer. Okay, and then these send SMT messages become connection send message. And then await SMTP messages becomes connection await messages. Okay. Then I hadn't finished this part yet. So this is replicating the exchange that you get when you talk to a real web server. So the server tells you hello, the client says hello, the server responds with its name and then any options. So I had that stuff. And then if you do authentication, the client will announce what algorithm they're using for authentication. So the login algorithm is a two-step handshake. The server first sends that message 334 username, but the content after that is when it goes over the wire, it's base64 encoded. So that's the base64 encoding of the string username, and then the client sends back base64 encoding of the actual username, and then the next is the password. So it's this. So I need to find out what is that base64 encoded. So let's just use base64 encoder, some kind of online thing. No, I need to encode. How do I? Okay, here we go. Encode. There we go. Just a test. Let me take what this was and decode it to make sure I got it right. Actually, that I could just say, see, is that what you get when you encode username? Yep. Okay. So that's the base64 encoding of the string password, and then we want the base64 encoding of the SMTP password is what we expect to come back out. All right. This one will leak green into the encodings. No, green is faster because of the shorter wavelength of light, right? Have you seen Adam's Adam13531's hack video on YouTube? Hilarious. He shows you how to hack, and one of the recommendations is to set your text color to green because that'll speed up your hacking because of the shorter wavelength of the light. Okay. After the password, we have to say 235 authenticated. Connection. Send message that. You can't prove it. No, I can't. You are correct. And then, do I need to do this whole exchange? I suppose I should. So we should expect mail from and then the correct email address. Oh, and I was going to figure out what that should be. That was a configuration item I forgot to put in. Right? Or no, it was going to be the server address. Whatever I configure the server address to be in the common setup, or whatever this setup is. I set it to mail.example.com. Oh, wait a minute, no. That's what we send back, but this is the LO is supposed to be our own host name. So I am missing that. So I should put that in the setup here, right? Our own host name should be in here. Should it go in the configuration or what? Let me look at the spec. So that was back here, SMTP, right? Let me open that in Chrome. Because I can get the dark mode. The dark mode, we can get the dark mode going. Okay. So where's the LO? LO. Okay, so it's in this section. That's talking about address literals. Okay, no, that's the wrong. Oh, is this it? It must have also ensure that the domain parameter is a primary host name as specified for this okay, so it's there. It's interesting how the sections link to each other. It never actually formally specifies the EHLO command syntax, does it? Because I would have run into that if I did. Is this it? Maybe this is it. Okay, this is it. I just wasn't seeing it. The argument clause contains a fully qualified domain name of the client if one is available. What if it's not available? If it doesn't have one, client should send an address literal. Okay. We can actually get an address literal. We can actually ask for our get bound address. So I can do this. Luckily, you're now using Clang AST to derive bindings from, since Winters uses a struct CRT, which is C runtime library locale data. It only defines it when the type is being used. Oh, right. So they have pointers, which means you can keep them opaque and you're good. So you can skip a lot of the declarations then. That's good. Okay, so I actually know what to put on the, I can put anything I want here as long as it matches what get bound address. So I'll bookmark that, and then there's a get bound address somewhere, this one. So whatever I return here, whatever IP address I put there should show up in the LO command, right? So I can put whatever I want here. Let's have it configurable, okay? Actually, let's just keep it. I'm worried about setting this too late. So let's instead just make it hard-coded. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sound good? So I should get back 1.2.3.4. Okay, so then the rest of this is send authenticated. We should get back mail from whatever email address I had here. bob@example.com is the 2. And where we sent... Okay, no, the mail from is a different thing, right? That is something I need to have configured. So I need to include it in here. What do they call that thing? Mail from reverse path. They call it a reverse path. It's a sender mailbox. Okay, yeah. I don't know what I'm going to actually use on Amazon SES, but I'll look that up later. I just need to remember it's the... I need to have it here as the reverse path. Reverse path. Why do they say buffer? What's this buffer thing? Right, path is just a mailbox. And a mailbox, is that a full address? Okay, yeah, there's a local part at, and then a domain or an address. Okay, so it's an email address. So it's the server's email address. So we'll say, something fake. How about Alex. Well, how about game.example.com? Actually, no, it's an email address, right? So it's maybe like admin at... Yeah, we'll do that. Because I'll do something similar for the real game. It'll be like admin at and then my domain name for the reverse path. So before I forget, let me search for this string, and then all the configuration files I mentioned will include this additional point. Like, yeah, right here. Reverse path is... I need to make it one of my test addresses, so I'll make it Alex. And then, right, that matches that. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe that username is what... No, the username is potentially different from the reverse path. Yeah, so that's different. Right. And yeah, look at that. For you guys, you see it as 7 stars. I see the password there. Okay, where else? Here. Here. These tests probably don't need it, but that's okay. It's just unrelated stuff. Yeah, exactly. I just see stars there. Exactly. Back to LO. Back to the protocol here. So is this going to be mail from admin@example.com? Then what's next? We send OK. Then they send the next thing. So it's 250 OK. And then the next one is recipient 2. I used to think that was receipt 2, but it's recipient 2, and then this needs to match this one, so it's Bob. And then we're going to have a subject. No, it's after that it's data. So it's OK, and then it's data. I need to make sure that this await messages strips off the new lines. Lines received. I think it does. Let me make sure. It is not doing that. Shouldn't I, though? Shouldn't I strip off the carriage return line feed? Oh, no, no. Hold on. Yeah, I've been forgetting to do that, I guess. Let me check. Let me double check. Where I copied that from was these tests, right? So specifically the client tests here. You actually haven't handwritten any SMTP messages for well over a decade? I used to do it as a prank. I would do it for people who had accidentally left open an a SMTP server that didn't require authentication. I would spoof emails from them and just say crazy things. And people would get the email and like, why did Joe send me this email with some crazy shit in it? And then be like, haha, I jebaited you or whatever. What would the right term be? I guess it would just be I pranked him by you know, next time turn on authentication on your SMTP server. It was years and years ago. Yeah, if you could send mail from through an SMTP server that didn't require authentication, you could spoof whoever you wanted because there was no signing of emails or anything, and then the servers would just relay anything, and so it was bad. It was fun in quotes. Okay, so it was lines no. Is this it? Await messages? Yeah. Okay, so I do expect a character turn line feed in there, so let me go back and put that in. I guess it makes sense. I'm putting them on one end, I should put it on the other end. Only this is complicated. I just have to do an add, right? Okay, that's not so bad. So it's just data, right? Just data, and then it's 354 OK send. 354 OK comma send. And then it is the headers, and then blank line, body, and then a dot, right? Body, dot, and then we say queued. So we would expect a bunch of things in here, a bunch of lines. So to, or would from come first? It looks like it's not in alphabetical order, is it? That's weird. Is that because I do the two specially? Let me look. Where do we actually send it? Okay, it's in the state machine here, right? Sending data. Yeah, I thought that this generate raw headers sorted it. Yeah, doesn't it sort it? Because this is a sorted container. Oh no, it's a vector. Okay, so it's in whatever order they were inserted. It's not sorted. So I can be very particular about the sorting that I want. What do I want? I don't know if there's a conventional order. Let me run Newman again to get an example here. Is there a conventional order to these headers? Actually, this is because I sent it myself. I'd have to actually look at a real email. I guess I could look at an example email. I just don't want to I don't want to show real emails. That would dox myself, wouldn't it? How about we'll just see email example. Hey there, Doe. What's the 8354? 8354, whoop, 8354 command. Just a random number. Discord tacked it on to me at one point, and so I'm like, okay, I'll use it if I need to add a number, because my nickname is short enough that sometimes it's just not accepted on sites, and other times it says, oh, that name is taken. So I add the number so that I can get the account. Now that you know, you're gonna probably go on all sorts of sites and register my name, and then I'll be mad. But please don't do that. I want to get an example email. Can I just get like I don't want to see... Okay, how about example raw... How about raw email examples? Maybe they have an example here. I want to see it in the raw, though, not broken up. Okay, maybe SES has an example here. Okay, here we go. So they show from to, so maybe that is a better order. I kind of was thinking the same thing. How's the game going? The game doesn't exist yet, right? So I'm still working on setting up the platform for it, and I'm working towards completing all the initial requirements for this first milestone, which is to get the servers up onto the cloud so that I can start building the game. So I'm working on an email system yesterday and today, and there's some legal stuff after that, which I won't do on stream. There's some GDPR, which I probably will, and then some log compaction, some configuration stuff, some other configuration stuff. And yeah, when I get to this list, I'm trying to get to this list by the end of the month. And then, so in April, I will have a platform and I'll start building a game on top of it. Yeah, okay, MySpace is taken. You can take the MySpace one. Yeah, so it's going to be another, I guess, what are we down to? A week and a half? No, just a week. Gosh, we're almost to April already. A little over a week. 9 days or so, and that's the goal, is to get enough of the platform for the game up so I can start making the game live on stream. Alright, I think I'm gonna follow this convention. Actually, they have something here I was wanting to add later, which was text and HTML equivalents. So I want to do like a poor man's version of this to get HTML. So maybe I'll keep that up. So they do from, to, and then subject. Oh, you know what I could do? To get another example is I can just from here, I can write a new message from Alex to Bob. This is a test. This is the body. Send. Don't permanently store confirm. So then it should show up for Bob. How come I can't click? Oh, it's back in the background. Failed. I thought it was running. Okay, I just had to try again. Get message. Okay, there it is. So now I can look at a Thunderbird generated message. Let me compare that actually to one that Newman makes. Get. That's weird. How come it broke that one? Oh, because I did Control U. That's why. Control U. There we go. So there's one that my email sender made, and here's the one that Thunderbird made. What's different here? So some of these are just added on by, I think, by my mail client, Thunderbird. I didn't set return path, so it must have set that for me. Okay, so they have a message ID. Let me write these down. Things that I might want to add later. So mail headers, we'll just call it mail headers. Mail headers we probably want to include. So that is message ID. We're already going to have a to from. Subject. I don't want to forget that. MIME version. Oh, there already is a message ID here. So that must be generated by the mail server. This is perhaps generated by the mail server. Oh, the DKIM SPF. I think SCS does that for me. I don't think I need to worry about adding them. I think the mail server does that for me. I'll verify that later. Let me write this down. DKIM SPF headers. Actually, let me I'll remember who said it, and then I'll say Again, this is perhaps generated. I think I don't need to worry about that one. Let me see what I was setting manually. Maybe I was setting the message ID manually. That was in Newman, right? I had a test message here. Yeah, see, I didn't have a message ID, but I had this stuff. And they had it too here, so MIME version content type. Content type. I don't know if I need this one. Content transfer encoding. Do we need this? Maybe we do. Content language, we probably want that one. That would not be bad. And these ones are stripped off. Okay, so what's else here? I guess that's it. All right. They have format flowed. I remember that. That was something that the Eudora guys invented, to which I kind of liked. Let me remember that. That was content type. For plain text, this is nice. And then maybe put alternatively. Where's that window? Where'd it go? This one. Alternatively, oh, it's the same thing only with float. Okay. I guess I was looking at the transfer encoding. I just don't need. I need to look those up to see if I really need them. Okay. For this test, though, what are the essential things I need? From. And what was that again? It does have the angled bracket. Yeah, of course. Admin at example.com to Bob example.com. Subject. You are a winner. And then a blank line. And then the body, right? The body was debated. And then you're required to end the email with a character return line feed dot character return line feed. So those are the exact messages we should receive. And at the end of that, we're supposed to send a queued or something else, right? I think queued is this part's optional. So I think we can just say 250 queued. And then client is supposed to hang up. Actually, I guess it doesn't matter. I guess that part doesn't matter, right? Should we send it anyway? Actually, it does matter because we'll wait for that. And at that point, the email will have been sent. Oh, but I don't have a call of, I need to include this. I need to have like a promise returned. No, a future returned that we can wait on. Yeah, let's do that. So let's expect a future. Auto sent future. And then what we can do is we can verify that all the way down to here, we can expect not equal. Standard feature status ready for this one's wait for chrono seconds 0. We're just polling the future to make sure it's not ready. And then here it should be ready. And I don't think, oh, did I? No. I do want to say whether it succeeded or failed, right? So we'll say expect true sent future dot get. Is that it? I don't have a type for that, so can't look it up. I can look it up here though. TP reference. Future. Wow, this type is really small. Make it bigger. Okay. It's get. Okay. Gotta get. That's misspelled. And before we block anything, we should probably just assert that it's ready there. You got me, Steve. You typed it before I saw it, but by stream delay, it was very close. Alrighty. This send message does call the delegate directly, so it should be ready as soon as we get that, right? Okay, I think we're ready. I need to change the send mail though. It needs to actually return, whoops. Send mail needs to return a future. Future bool. A future is returned, which provides what's the best way to phrase this? A future is returned which is ready once the email has either been sent, or it's ready once either the email has been sent or a problem sending the email occurs. The value of the future indicates whether or not the email was sent successfully or was queued successfully. Sent. Sent will mean that it was given to the mail server. It might still fail downstream, but yeah. Okay, so this goes here. Oh, this future, I need to include future. And then, so this doesn't care about it right now. That's fine for now. Well, let's mark that it doesn't care about it. Because I'm not done working on that. We should mark this to do. The couple things we need to do. Keep the returned future to know when the email, to know when the operation completes. And the other thing to do is implement the rate limits. Hey there, I play poker badly. How's it going? Happy Friday, yes. And for some people, happy Saturday, depending on where you are. And I suppose it's still Friday. It's Friday everywhere, right? Because how would I determine that? If I'm UTC -7, the furthest back that's possible is UTC -11, right? So yeah, it's at least Friday everywhere, if not Saturday. Trite, how's it going? Olga Edna. When back in my day, we didn't send email. We had to put it in a letter and lick the stamp and everything. Okay, that was done badly. How are you doing, Trite? We're testing the integration of email with my game server. So here's the unit test. The component of the server that's in charge of sending emails called WebGate, and when we tell it to send, we get back a future that doesn't complete until the protocol exchange is done down here, and in the meanwhile we expect it to do the correct protocol. And I think I'm ready to run the test again. The code isn't implemented. I do test-driven development, so the test will fail, and then as I implement it, more and more of the test will pass. That's the idea. Overloaded function what? Differs only by return type. Okay, did I screw up the CPP file? Is possible. Oh, yeah, that should be that. And then we should return what? I don't know, just return some random promise. Get feature. Minimal code to get it to compile is what we want. Something else differs in return type. Do I have another implementation of it? Yes, I do. I have a mock. So this mock was for what? The coordinator. So we can go ahead and just say that it happened, that it just happened right away. So we can just return. No, we have to make one. So make promise. Send promise. And then we'll just complete it right away. Set value true. Return send promise get feature. Right? And did I mock it anywhere else? I don't think so. Back in my day, we had smoke signals. I need to practice that voice. I want to get better at impersonating different voices. Okay. Oh, where it was declared, I think I messed that up. So that's where it's defined, and I need to go where it's declared. And the override needs to, yeah, there it is. There it is. Give it 40 years. Yeah, that's right. I'll have it built in by then. Okay, running all the tests again. I expect the WebGate test to fail because I didn't implement anything. You might have seen it. It doesn't do anything. It just says, sure, we'll do it sometime. And it doesn't ever do it. But the point of this is to make sure I didn't break anything else. And the only thing that should be broken is the send mail, and it's broken by saying that it never got a connection. So early on it fails. 1742. At this point it says, well, nothing ever connected to the mock server. So that's the first thing I'm going to do. This, do I have the SMTP client? I have a transport factory. Okay, I do have a client. Do I do anything with that client? I never do. Okay. What's the right place to do it then? Probably on configure? On configure we'd make a new one, maybe? Doesn't really matter where I do it. Maybe bind. What does bind do? That would make more sense, wouldn't it? Although that does a tail call to try bind. So maybe it's try bind we want to do it in. Yeah, because try bind can be called again if the configuration changes. I think that's the right place to do it. So here, yeah, we bind the different ports. Why does it bind both of them? I thought I had that split off separately. Maybe this does an early return? Yeah, okay, it's only if... Wait a minute, hold on. Oh, it doesn't do an early return. Hold on, how does this... This is... The way I understand the WebGate, it was supposed to bind private only at first and then do that later. Maybe I'm not understanding this. Okay, that's the implementation. Oh, I think maybe this try bind might be obsolete. Oh, no, it's only if we reconfigure. Okay, so that's not exactly what I want then. I suppose it's bind public, but I mean bind private. That's done early and again later. Yeah, this is probably the best place. So, well, but then I don't want it to be a side effect. Shoot, when do I do this? When does this get called? Private. Bind private. Is this the right place then? Actually, you know what I should probably do is have a try bind us try hard. You haven't structure a field with a type but no name. Uh-oh. Yep, you must be missing something, Gelmega. I'm trying to decide what's the most appropriate point at which to set up the SMTP sender. Maybe configure is the right place. Because we're not actually making a server. We're not making a SMTP server endpoint. We're just configuring SMTP. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do that here. I'll turn that. That's already an early return, right? So I don't really need this else. I can do that and then have the additional line here. I can say, how about right here? I can say smtp dot, and then I can just configure that. And then I configure it with a factory. That means I need to set the factories before I configure. I need to make sure that's the order in which I do it. I set the transport factories in attach. Where do I do configure? Where is webgate.configure called? It's not called here at all? Is it because it's configured? I think it's configured by the coordinator. That's called there. So I think when the coordinator mobilizes, then it configures the WebGate. Let me make sure that's what happens. Yeah, okay. So the order is good. So the what else? These extra breakpoints? I don't know. So that's done first, so it's safe. I can go back to where I was editing, and I can just so this will be done before. No, this will be done after the transport layer factory set. So I can call it then, right? Call it. It gives me back a transport layer. Then we configured it, and then do I need to do anything else? I don't remember. Let's see. No, it's just connect and send mail. Okay. Oh no, we want to subscribe to diagnostics. Yes, I want that. I should actually do that early. Where are the diagnostics? Oh, here it is. Up here. Yeah, this one. 8 SMTP dot subscribe. Why are these shared pointers? Why did I do that? Oh, because make connection, we share it with them. Okay, that's why. That had to be shared for that reason. Okay. This one doesn't need to be shared though. Diagnostic sender chain. That way we can get all the diagnostic messages from SMTP. Speaking of which, did I remember in there to do the chaining? I don't think I did. That would be here. Yeah, I forgot to do it. No, we don't. It's not it's not that. It's when we make a connection with that, right? So it is, where's the okay, here it is, the connect. Right, this in pull connect. Yeah, okay, here. Once we get the connection, so right here, server connection, I should subscribe to the subscribe our own diagnostic handler chain. There we go. And is that what Newman did? Let me make sure Newman does that. Because I do still get diagnostics from Newman, so it must be doing it. I just want to make sure where. Where is it? Do diagnostics. Client.subs. Oh, we do it there at the very beginning. All right. Cool. Okay, so chain our diagnostics and back to the WebGate. Subscribe. Configure. Okay, I need to register extensions. Just like Newman does. So I had a helper for that, right? Setup client. Oh, right now, actually I didn't need that certs file anymore, right? The transport layer needed it. Right, so that's a main program problem, so we don't have to worry about that one. I do need to register these, I need to create and register these login mechanisms though, so let's do that. Can do that here, I suppose, so I need to, this depends on SASL now. And SMTP auth is also needed. So we run CMake to get those dependencies attached in to the build system. And then I need to include the headers for those. So Newman did the same thing, so I can just copy from Newman. Just all of that replaces this one line here. SASL. Okay, so that makes 3 different login mechanisms, and then, okay, we need hash function for that one, so hash is another dependency. Generated build system complete. Newman pulls in the hash function here, SHA-2. Okay, and then here we have a transport layer. We have one. It's all okay. So that's already I already configured that, didn't I? Hold on. We configured it there, so I don't need to do that. I don't need to subscribe to diagnostics because we did that earlier. Register the extensions to SMTP auth and then register the extension itself. The auth extension. Right, so the way I did this a couple weeks ago is I have SMTP and then SMTP auth, which is this guy, and he has plugins for different authentication mechanisms. And then he is itself an extension to SMTP, so you do register extension, and then we're good. All right, so that should, okay, so if I turn this into, how am I going to do this? How does Newman do it? Newman, my little test program, what did you do? There's a connect to server. Okay, so it called connect and got a future back. Thanks for the follow, Super Sco. So the client is impl SMTP. Question though to myself, do I need to get any kind of mutex? I don't remember if the WebGate had a mutex in it. I don't think it did. I think I made this thread safe anyway, but I do need client server and port host names. Actually, why did this need a client hostname. I think I don't need that because it can get it probably only uses it in the ehlo command, and there it can just get the bound address for that. Okay, seems that the field without a name was an anonymous struct. Yeah, so you need to do what the C++ compiler does, right? It generates a name at compile time. Is the name random, or is it a hash of something? I bet it's just a hash. That way, if nothing changes, the name of the structure doesn't change, right? Yeah, so Jelmaga is talking about he's working on his own language and making C bindings using Clang, libclang, I think. Very advanced stuff. So these things I actually need to pull out of the configuration. Where did I store the configuration? I stored them in impl-config. So I can say, for this one, it's impl-config, whatever I named it. What did I name it? Host, something like host name. There it is. Oh, it's under SMTP. Okay, so SMTP server hostname. This one, I need to, okay, it's already, I don't need to parse anything. It's just server port. Server port. But this one's a problem because I really shouldn't be passing that in. Let me, what's this other problem here? More than one function applies. So I need to first get an int and then downgrade it to uint 16t. That's what it wants, right? I suppose it makes sense to use the signed version. Let the JSON worry about negative numbers, and then just reduce the bit width of it. Yeah, uint 16t. Okay. This is to avoid warnings. This is to select the correct overload of the indexer, because I have several of them. Okay, client hostname. Yeah, we shouldn't do that. It should just use the IP address, right? So that means I'm going to have to update that library again. Ooh, 6,000 hits. That's not what I wanted. How about whole name? 120. That's much better. HTTP I don't care about. Let me just close all these. I don't care about any of these. And I should tell it to ignore Libra SSL. Ah, shoot. It opened that. It brought back all the things I closed. Okay, so just remove. Oh, Google test. The files to exclude. I keep having to type that because I blow away my settings, and then that includes whatever I put in that box. Okay, we're going to keep that because I need to modify that. And this I can dismiss. That's one thing. Okay, here's another. No, that's okay. That's okay, and that is also okay. Okay. This one we remove. Because we're just going to use IP address, I think. Well, we connect to the server and then use the IP address we are connecting from as the parameter to the EHLO. Client HPP. Right, so I removed it there. And then we remove it here as well. And then here as well. And then we get to remove it off of here and off of there. Right, so one less parameter in all these places. 3 of them looks like. And then one here. Alright, so that will have broken something, I'm sure. So let me build and use compiler error-driven development. Tried and true method of development. Let the compiler tell you what you need to go fix. Right, so Newman says connect doesn't take 3 arguments. Right, I need to update Newman. Where was that? That was in main somewhere. Maybe I dismissed it. I don't see main. Okay, we'll go find it. Actually, it's here. Okay. Right, there's no client host name. Where's client host name? So I don't need it from the header at all. That means I can take it off of it here, which makes sense. I shouldn't have needed it in the first place. And then I don't need to put it there. Okay, good. One less thing to worry about. I do expect one more compiler error, and I didn't get it, so that's troubling. Let's search for where the lo command is constructed. Oh, look at that, I hard-coded it. I hard-coded it, dummy. So I don't want to hard-code it. I want to put in here, I think it wanted it in brackets, right? Let me look at the spec again. It was, where is this specified, right? Okay, there's where it's a DNS name. I want the address literal version of it. I think there are square brackets around it, but I'm not sure. Okay, I'm skipping around. The syntax part, please. It's here somewhere. Why am I using the keyboard to scroll? I don't know. There's like syntax here somewhere. Here it is. This keyword value. Value is. Oh no, that's not LO. That's ESMTP. So okay, here it goes. Address literal is so it is a braces. Okay. So we're gonna put them in there, braces, and then inside, we need to put in the string, right? So actually, I can break the string up and add something there. So we can do it this way. We're gonna add something and then add the brace. So this one will be based on the connection, I think. Get the bound address of the connection is all we need to do. Where is the connection held? It's inside of this somewhere. Inside here. Server connection, that's what it is. So server connection, get bound address. Oh, it gives me as a uint32, okay. So, let's construct that here. Const auto address, and then let us I guess we're doing string formatting, so I might as well just do string format the entire thing. So LO and then some, let's use PRIU8s in here, dot, and then repeat this. Repeat that, please. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the end of it. And then the arguments. So that macro is defined in int types. I just have that memorized. PRIU8, so it's It's basically just a cross-platform way of, you don't have to remember it's HHU. It's just it's a standard macro. It's kind of nice to know. And then here I will just get the octets of the address. So it's address shift right 24 and FF. And then convert that into a uint8t. And then do it 3 more times. It's 16 bits shifted, then 8, and then none. There we go. So that gets us the IPv4 address. And when I have to update everything for IPv6, I'm going to hate myself, but that's a different day. All right. Now it's not hard-coded. Make sure I didn't break any of these unit tests. I did. So I must have a unit test that expects to see Alex. Yeah, so that needs to be fixed. And that is in client tests line 97. So I expected an Alex, and I'm not going to get it because it's now computing it from the actual socket connection. So I'm always using a local host socket connection in that test. Okay, so let's check that change in. Actually, it's probably been a while since I checked in changes to this SMTP library, right? Oh, no. So it's just this removing client host name. Okay, this is a different, let me check this one in. I wanted to connect in the diagnostics. Anything else that connects in diagnostics I want to include as well. I wonder if I do that in Newman, will I get redundant output? Probably will. That's fine, I'll fix Newman in a second. Yeah, and doing test-driven development, you got it. And whenever someone mentions it, I like to post that set of links there. So I made a video for YouTube that is about a half an hour long that goes over the tools I use, and it shows how to set up with CMake, which recently has been a problem because CMake is a steep learning curve for using, it's for making build systems. I'm thinking of going back and recording another video where I use a simpler build system so that it doesn't trip people up that they see, oh, CMake, oh, I don't want to use that. Okay, so yeah, this was chain through diagnostics from the server connection. And then this stuff is remove hard-coded. It's not, it's really just remove. Hold on. This is a separate, these are two different check-ins, right? That's the hard-coded address. Okay, they're intertwined. So for EHLO argument, use bound IPv4 address. So do not hard code the EHLO argument. Do not pass client host name to connect. Use get bound address on the connect. This is a method here. Use get bound address on the connection to get the EHLO argument. Oh, cool, you're using CMake. Then my video might help if you're missing some piece of how I do TDD with VS Code and CMake. The problem for other viewers sometimes is they don't use CMake and they don't know how, like they get tripped up on my video because I use that. QMake also makes a makefile. QMake, that sounds familiar, but I don't know, I don't remember exactly what it is. Okay, so let me build everything. And I want to confirm something. I think Newman now is going to have repeated diagnostics. So let's see that. Yeah, it's actually quite verbose, isn't it? Oh, no, it's not repeated. It just wasn't hooked up before. Now it is hooked up. So fine. So in Newman, all I need to do is reduce the verbosity, right? Like to 3 or something. Yeah. Yeah, I'm on Windows. Panoctrack. But I'm using an IDE that lets me move pretty seamlessly between Windows, Linux, and Mac. So if I was on Linux, the only things you would notice slightly differently would be this title bar would look different, and it might say the host name of the Linux server because I'd be remote controlling it through X Windows. But otherwise, a lot of this looks the same when I'm remoting into Linux because VS Code is an Electron app that runs on Linux just fine. Okay, and when I debug, you would see like GCC or Clang instead of Visual Studio, of course. Right, I'm going to reduce the verbosity of messages from Newman, and that is here where we subscribe, right? So that is client.subscribe. So we can reduce the verbosity just by setting a minimum level there. So now when Newman runs, we only see that much. What if I reduce it a little bit? Down to 1 maybe. What was I getting before? That not this one, but before that run. Oh, this is doing level 0s for that. I wanted to see that. So what if I raise those by 1? Yeah, let's raise that by 1. So we'll set that to 1, and then SMTP will raise it slightly. Where's that? SMTP, where are you? After this, there it is. So that's send diagnostics. Here, so that level set to 1, and that level set to 1. There we go. Why don't I use Linux? I use Linux for server stuff. Right now I'm doing local development, and I'm just more comfortable with Windows. Sure, everyone's entitled to their opinion. I like Linux for running things headless, so like server stuff. I like Windows more because I've used it longer, and I also use it for games. So same computer for games as for development, and Windows is, for me, it's just more convenient to use that. Okay, so now I'm getting enough. I'm getting all the stuff I want, so I'm gonna check that in. So this is raised diagnostic levels of server client messages from 0 to 1. Push that. And then, what else did I change? I know I changed Newman. I'm gonna scan for what I not have yet checked in. It's just Newman? Okay. Newman! That's a Seinfeld reference. So right now, Newman has to pull in the decorator. I removed that host name. Let's just do these separate. So SMTP no longer requires client host name. And then these two go together. So we have to implement the dependency SMTP has for a client transport. Yep. Oh, hold on. That goes with the other change. So let me remove that and do an amend and pull in that one line. This line. And or this as well. These go together. Yeah, Git GUI. I've tried a couple other things like Git Kraken, Source Tree, and others, and I just don't like them. I'm just too used to using this. The only problem with this is it doesn't have a nice dark theme, and so it's sort of a little too bright. I don't do Git check-ins that often. Okay, so this is implement SMTP's dependency transport layer. Okay, push that. All right, so I'm back on to the WebGate, right? So run everything. So we're working on trying to get this unit test to pass. Now I have the client address correctly matching what I have mocked here. And I was going to see how far we can get. Oh, we have a bad function call. Let's see it in the debugger. Oh, and that means I have to turn that on. So restart. Okay, so the problem here is what? That returned null? No, that is null. Okay, why is that null? Qt is just another framework for making cross-platform applications. It's not bad. Whenever you are shopping around or selecting a framework, you want to kind of weigh the pros and cons. So if you like it, that's a pro. If it doesn't support a platform you need, that's a con. So it depends on the project you're working on, right? I don't use Qt because there's nothing about it that I need. And VS Code, for me, has everything I need, so that's all. Yep, but I don't want to knock it because it's legitimate, and if it works for you guys, that's great. Did I? Okay, so I have to set the transfer factories before I configure. I had these two things backwards. That's the problem. There's your problem. Okay, so run that again. It's gonna fail, but let's see how much further it gets. Ooh, it got further. It actually made a connection, and there was a difference in the bracket. Oh, that's right. The test should expect that. It's actually doing the protocol. I didn't expect it to get that far. In C++, can you tell on a variable on which memory address it must go? It depends. So you can, if you have an address and you want a variable to be at that address, the easiest way is to define a pointer and then set the pointer's value to that address. If you're asking, can you figure out what address a variable has? That's the address of operator. So like this connection, if I wanted to know its address of connection, it's just that. So if I make that an auto, connection was what? A pointer. So this should be a pointer to a pointer. And you can see it was over there. If I move my cursor, it goes away, but so that's the address of that variable. If I knew the address, let's say I knew the address was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then you here you can't use auto. You have to make a type. Let's say you wanted to get to you knew that an integer was at that address. You would do something like this, and then you'd have to do int ptr t, something like that. It can't. I guess we just do int. You do something like that. And usually you'd only do something like that in a very low level programming, like if you are writing an operating system or a device driver and you happen to know that that address goes to like a special register on the hardware. Usually when you're programming, you don't deal with addresses. You just, the closest you'll do is like I was doing before. You might take the address of another variable and then this becomes a pointer. So you're asking another thing? I'm sorry. I made 2 attempts to understand. Let's see if I can try again. Yeah, so what Hoendo is suggesting, that might be what you mean. Like instead of letting the heap allocate it wherever, if you wanted to provide like a block, maybe make a block of memory. Like int sum block equal just like, let's say you had 1,000 integers in a block, right? And then you wanted to have some variable be like in that block. You could use placement new, and I don't remember the exact syntax of it, but you'd have to make a type that knows how to pick some address inside of this array and then assign it to the where this variable actually is stored. So it would be like you do something that ultimately would return you a pointer, but it would use what they call placement new to assign the address from the memory of that block there. And it's actually used more often with custom types than built-in ones. Yeah, what Hodendoe is showing. Whether you can make a variable based be located on a certain address. So that's what I was doing before, right? It would be something like this. Int subvariable equals int and then some address. That's how you make that variable point to that address. And so you'd say like variable equals 88 or something. That'll store the value 88 at that memory location using that type. But I don't think that's what Pennock was actually asking, because I said that and he said he was asking about another thing, so I don't know. All right, so how far is this going to get now? Let's see. Yeah, I understand that not everyone's English, speaker natively, and so I try to be patient to understand. So take your time. All right, so the encoding is not correct. Oh, because the username is not being sent. Right, because I never set the credentials. So that is here, right? I never set the credentials. In Newman, I set the credentials at some point. Where did I set the credentials? Probably in setup client, right? Or no, would it be read email? No. Maybe here. Yes, here. Right, provide credentials. I don't know. Oh, because that is passed in. Here it is. So it's auth set credentials. I need to call that. I need to call that here. I need to get the password and username from the configuration. I remember what I was doing here. There is a credentials.json in the configuration. We need to open that file, read it, extract the password and username from it. So the executor does this. I'm going to copy from there. It has this helper called read JSON from file. I'm just going to use that. And I'm going to paste it in an anonymous namespace here. Or wait a minute. Do I have this under utilities? Shouldn't I put it there? That would make more sense, wouldn't it? Yeah, let's put it there. So let's have a utilities that does that. So JSON file and a JSON value and a file. So that's include JSON value and then file. When you declare int a equals 5, this is going to randomly go to a memory location. If instead of going to a random location, you tell on which memory location it should go. Right, so you're saying that in a function somewhere you have int a equals 5, right? So if you declare it like this, I'm assuming you're doing it in a function, right? Another way you could have done it is that there is a different storage strategy depending on where you do that code. So if you did it in a function, it's on the stack. If you do it here, it's in the data segment of the program. Being in the data segment of the program, it's going to stay there for the whole duration of the program. On the stack, it goes away as soon as the function returns. So that's one caveat, right? So it depends where you declare it. Now, let's say you wanted it to be in a function. So if you want to assign it to a specific memory location, it would be like I was doing before. You would have to make a pointer. So it becomes a pointer. And then you would assign the address this way. You have to know the address, right? Assuming you want to tell it the location, that's the location, right? If this is the location where you want to put the variable, you cast that to a pointer to the type, and then you assign it to a pointer. Then instead of using a alone, you have to dereference it whenever you want to get to the memory location. Now that said, this is very unusual for most programs because most programs don't know the actual memory locations. So if I did that now and ran it, it would probably crash because who knows what's at that address. But it makes more sense at very low level programming where the address you know because you you've configured your hardware to have certain memory locations mean certain things, right? It could be a register in the hardware. It could be pre-allocated RAM for just your program. And yeah, this is how you do it. What you can do to hide the pointer thing, well, you can make some macros, like I think someone in chat suggested that. That magic macro. It would just be a macro that turns that into something that looks more like that. Yeah, you're welcome. I hope that helps. It's sort of strange to want to know to set the fixed memory location in most programs, though. So it's not something that's easy to find help for. I understand that. Yeah, why would you want to place it at a fixed memory location for when you're writing like embedded software for, like if you're writing a device driver and for a very small embedded device, and you're given the memory map by the manufacturer of the hardware, and it says, well, your RAM is from 0 to 10,000 hex, then you're going to want to assign your variables to be fixed in RAM at certain locations, so you'd have to manually set up pointers like that. Yeah. Usually, if you have an operating system or a microkernel, that takes care of it for you. But if you don't, if you're writing code at the metal, like if you're doing an Arduino project and you have no OS at all, you might have to do that. That's going to maybe give you a better answer. Oh, I hope I gave a good enough answer. If not, let me know. Okay, I'm going to put this helper here. So that means I'm going to declare it in the header file for it. There. And then I can remove this documentation out and keep that there. And then WebGate can just pull in the utilities. It doesn't already do so. Utilities. And then I can just call that. I need it there. So I can just make it temporarily here. I can say system abstractions file. Okay, that means I need, this needs to include that other header. It doesn't. I think I was in the middle of writing that when I was addressing that other question. Okay. So this can make a file, credentials file, and then the path is given to us from the configuration called credentials file, right? Credentials. Okay, so we get the file, and then we'll call the helper. So read JSON from file, credentials file, returns us a JSON value. And so the credentials are in there, credentials, password. Now, if I wanted to detect errors, I can just check to see if this was actually return something useful, right? Because this returns an empty value if there's a failure. What does that actually return me? What's a default constructor do? I think it's this one, and the let's look at where that's declared. Invalid. So we can check for invalid JSON value here if I want. I think I'll do that. If credentials get type equals JSON value type invalid, then return false, right? So basically, we can't configure the WebGate unless it has valid SMTP credentials when we configure. That makes sense to me. Then we set that up there. All right. You're asking his reason for wanting the fixed memory location so we can give him a better answer? Yeah. I'm just guessing that it's writing very low level software for an embedded device, because that's really the only case where it would make sense. Oh, you're right. He could be misunderstanding the need to know the location, right? You're right. So Panok, if you're still here, maybe you can explain why you want to fix the memory location, because it might be that you don't need to know the exact memory location. Maybe it's more of that Like Hodendoe is saying. A misunderstanding about needing to know the address. And you don't have to say if you don't want to. That's only if you think it might help. All right. We're testing again. I wish I could just have it all auto scroll down there. I got further. It didn't do an auth login. Why not? We're sending that message and we expect to get that one back. So let me see what happened there. That would have been received in SMTP, right? So I'll go to SMTP. Actually, wait a minute. That gets routed to an extension. So either it didn't get routed to the extension. I forgot to register the extension, or the extension is not returning the right thing. Let's see what happened. It should actually go to here, right? No. There's where we set the active extension. Where does that happen? I think it's here. Let's see if we ever get there. No. Okay, so it never tried. It never asked the extension, and the extension never said it was needed there. Let's see if I get to here. That would mean if I don't get to there, it means I didn't register the extension. Okay, that's what it is. It never registered the extension, so why not? I thought I did it here. Let's see what happens there. It's never getting there? Am I not configuring the WebGate? Maybe, maybe it returned false here. I bet you that's what it is. It didn't parse the file correctly. Test. Oops, test run. Yep, it didn't parse the file correctly. And why not? Let's go and see why. Repeat. So the file is named... Oh, there's empty string. Why is it... Oh, I know why. It's configuration SMTP credentials, right? No, wait a minute. That's not right. That's not right. Credential. Yeah, it should be there. So why not? Why isn't it not there? Let's go look. Simple configuration. This simple. Actually, it was there, right? Configuration. Oh, I know why. Because we're not setting until down there. We're attempting to use the configuration. Only if we succeed do we actually set it. Oh, okay. All right. Let's see if it works now. Wow, it's already 3 hours? Okay, it got a little bit further. It got to the username. And it actually didn't get the username out, so maybe one of these is still wrong. Debug. Credentials. Okay, we actually have credentials now. So what does set credentials go to? Empty string. Okay, that's a problem. Why would it be empty string? What is credentials then? It's an object. SMTP password. Aha. Why did I do that? I don't know why, but that's what I did. SMTP password. Oh, let me check. That would have been in the unit test here, right? SMTP password. And I capitalized them. Okay. Okay, I'll get this someday. Green light will be a celebration time. Got a little bit further. It is not doing the mail from correctly. Alright, let's debug it. Hunter 2, Bob. Okay. That works. Auth is registered. Okay, so it probably is getting all the way down in the test here to here, and the authentication isn't working. So let's go down to there. Right, to that delegate will go where exactly? That'll go into SMTP, so the client here. This delegate should go here. So that should go there. Authentication complete. So let's see what it actually does. Parse the message. Right, it's got code 235 authenticated. There is an active extension, so it goes into that. And then so it's done with that message. Wait a minute, it's done. It should have done something. Oh wait, did I screw this up? Continue skips to the next message, but there is no next message. That might be the problem. So why wouldn't my unit test have caught this? Hold on. Yeah, what happens after the for loop here? It's done. Okay, that doesn't look right. Well, let me think about this. I need to take a quick break to use the restroom. So I'll be right back. Be right back. Hello. I'm back. Oh, I have a little bit of a direct light behind me. Let me go fix that. Oh, actually, why is my window not the right size? There we go. Let me go fix my filter behind me. I'll be right back. Just a moment. Let's see if that looks any better. Camera on. Okay. When I get direct sunlight reflected behind me, then I get filter issues. Thanks, Nui. Okay. This handle server message. I don't remember the semantics of this. It returns. Okay, it was handled. Then how do we ask if it's done? Oh, there's supposed to be a function that's called. Maybe that function's not being called. That's probably what it is, right? So block the sunlight. That's right. Don't let the sunlight in. Aye. Okay, so that's using the login authentication, so I can go into that and see what's going on. SMTP auth. Is it? No, it's Sassel. Right? No, SMTP auth. I believe. Right, it's supposed to get here and do the undone. So maybe that's not happening. Maybe I got the code number wrong. It says 235. Okay, so it does get to there. It does the undone. So it should call the onstage complete, which goes back to the client here. So it's whatever the second function to the go ahead is. So it's on extension stage complete. Okay, so let's go there. Success is true, so it does a transition. So it's ready to send, right? On ready. Oh, that's right. It just tells the user that we're ready, and then we're supposed to call another function. So that's the problem. I just didn't call it. So it's when this future connect success is completed, we have to come back and do something. So I need to have an async thing here. Kind of like the SMTP does. Yeah. All right. Well, you can do that. That's not a problem. This was just tossing that future, right? And then returning a bogus thing. So we can't do that. We have to do what SMTP does. It does this return async, and then we do a synchronous thing. So return async, and then inside there we'll do this. And then we capture our own implementation. How come it didn't like that? Is that because async is in future and we're not including it here? That might be why. Also, these are, let's just remove this. Actually, I need, so this will copy the headers and body, right, when I do that? And then this goes, actually, in all these, to that. Why is it giving me red squigglies for that? Okay, anyway, we don't return a promise, we just return the value, so that would be true or something for now. Yeah, what's the problem with this async? Attempting to reference a deleted function. Oh, is that unique pointer and not shared pointer? Okay, we can fix that. Yeah, I need to share it. Well, do I? Do I need the impl at all? I could just share the SMTP, couldn't I? And the configuration? In fact, I could get those up front. Yeah, let's get those up front. So if I get those there, const standard string host name. And I can do auto port equals that, and then that has an underscore at the end. So we'll capture host name and port. And I want to capture the SMTP as well. So const auto SMTP equals that. Just do that. And then use the host name. It's just there. Host name port. And we need semicolons. Underscore. Oh, but that's okay. That's why I needed to be shared. All right. We're sharing the SMPTE client. Okay, this should be okay because the we'll make sure we don't ask the WebGate to send another email until the previous one's done. So make one here. Actually, it's just SMPTE client. All right, and then SMTP dot changes to arrow, right? Okay, now it's an async now. This should not break it anymore. And it gives me room to do to make it synchronous. Oh no, it did crash. Where did it crash? That's fine. It must have crashed later. Huh. Let me remove these and just run it again. Okay, there it's crashing. Why? What context are we in? It says that this is a bad function call. It's a functor, so it shouldn't be a bad function call. Is the message bad? Message is not bad. It says it's a bad function call, though. Where are we? I think I might know what's going on. I think it's been destroyed at that point. Let me confirm that. So that will go to it'll eventually actually, does it get to there right away? Right, it's all the connection stuff is all mocked, so it will go directly here. But it's maybe destroyed at this point, right? How does that how did I do this? It shouldn't be destroyed, so it should go, hold on. It should go to this on messenger seed, right? Okay. That's actually, we're going to hit that every single line the way I have this set up, but that's fine. I can put back my breakpoint down here. It was here that it was crashing, I think. And then put the breakpoint back here. Parse the message. Oh, is it getting past there? Huh. Maybe it already failed. Aha. Wait a minute, it's failing at that point? Is it just random because it's async? Yeah, it's random. There's some kind of race. Some kind of race condition. Why would that be? It just says it's a bad function call. It looks like it would work. It looks like it should work. I mean, that should go and it should end up here. Oh, hold on. It literally doesn't go literally there. It goes to this here. I'll just do it one line at a time. There, it didn't crash. Huh. Now it's not happening. Not every time. It's some kind of race condition. Now it's not happening any of the times. I think I know what the problem is. It's tossing away that future, and so it actually will end up blocking there. Well, what does it do? I'm not actually sure what it does. No, I think it just abandons the future, so it should still work. Is it really just a race then? How am I going to catch this? I'll just hope to catch it again. Let's see what's going on. It's not happening anymore. This is the worst kind of bug, where you see something go wrong, and then you can't make it happen again to find out more information about it. So you have to just sort of logically deduce what's going wrong. And if it doesn't come to you right away, it's like, what do you do? I guess maybe I just, for now, pretend it didn't happen. So I'll continue what I was doing before, and hopefully I'll run into the bug again. So the idea here is we're going to do this asynchronously, which means this can be synchronous. I can call this and do what? I guess we're going to block for up to some kind of timeout. Now this has built-in timeouts, I believe. Wait a minute, this is the wrong connect. Why is it bringing me... No, that is the correct connect. Hold on a second. Okay. So it's driven completely by messages it receives. And then it's going to start some threads to do it. Is the problem that we're not holding on to this and so it gets destroyed? Oh yeah, look at that. I make it. I subscribe to diagnostics, which I don't think that forms a strong reference. I think that forms a weak reference. Yeah, there's a weak reference, so that's not a strong reference. And then yeah, there's no strong reference held to this thing. That's bad. Oh wait a minute, no. What am I thinking? That is held strongly there. Never mind. Okay, so it holds on to the connection, and then it's driven mostly by the server. All right. Okay. Driven mostly by the server. So after we make a connection, that should complete really quickly. So we can just wait for it. So we can say SMT, we can say if that dot get is not true, return false. Next, we would do SMTP send mail that also returns. So then it's just returned that. Headers. Is that, okay, here's where I need to turn the vector of pairs into message headers. So message headers. Let's see, if the input is headers, then the output will be formatted headers. How about headers out? And then body is body. Okay. What does Scott Myers say about that? I don't know. Is Scott Myers around? I think the thing I was getting confused about is this with this async thing like I have here. It returns a future, and there's some shared state, right? The function is run in an arbitrary thread context, and so the thread is part of that shared state. So if you abandon the future, that's okay because the thread that was created still is has ownership, has shared ownership of that. It is still held by that shared state, or it's locked by that. It's hard for me to explain, but it's only with the combination of the future being done with it and the thread returning, then things get destroyed. So I don't know why I was seeing those crashes about bad function call, unless yeah, I don't know why. We'll see if it happens again. Anyway, after we connect, then we got to send the mail. And to send the mail, this one, do I have that a timeout in here? I don't think there's any inherent timeout in send mail. It just triggers a send and a transition of the state, and so then after that it's just going to wait, right? It's just it's going to return the send completed future, and that we don't set out of timeout, do we? So that could time out. So I might want to, yeah, and I need to have a get anyway. So before I do a get, I should probably have a timeout. Wait for, so we'll say if, wait for some timeout, so I really should make it configurable, shouldn't I? Let's make it configurable. Timeout. And this is, call it milliseconds. Well, no, timeout. Double. Send timeout. So let me go wherever this server host name is and add a send timeout. I don't know. Reasonable amount of time before we give up. Actually, now that I think about it, there is no way to give up right now with SMTP. Oh no, there is. You just drop everything. You drop the you tell the connection to close? Actually, no, there is no abort, is there? So it'll just get stuck. You know what, actually, I'm okay with that. Let's not have a timeout for now. Let's just let it wait however long it takes. So there's no send timeout, so it's just wait. It's just a get then. It's just return that get. And then we need to make the message headers. Did I forget to make that a dependency? I did. Message headers. It's indirectly a dependency because it's a dependency of SMTP, I think, but actually, yeah, let's just make it remain an indirect dependency. Which means I shouldn't have to include the header because I include that, which should include it. So I can just say message headers, yeah, so it's already there. Headers out. And then here we're going to loop. So const auto header and headers. Actually, this thing already has a shared state in it, right? So is that copyable? Did I make it copyable? I do make it copyable and movable too. How does it copy? How does the copy work? I don't know. Let's see. How does the copy construction work? Wait a minute. Can we do that? Oh, it's dereferencing it. So it makes a copy of all the internals. What does that do? What's in the internals? Headers, which is what? A vector. Okay, so it's no more cheap than what I was doing here, which is to make a copy of this input vector. All right, so they'll just do this here. Headers out dot add header. The name is header dot first, and the value is header dot second. And that doesn't return anything, right? Okay. And then send it. Okay. Let's just try it. Nope. Static bad function call again. And that time I didn't get it. Oh no, I did. Wait. How come it ended there then? Debug. How come I'm not hitting the bad function call? Is this not working? What? I don't get it. Oh, I wonder if it's this thing. No, we're holding the mutex to prevent this from being corrupted. That's not it. Shoot, I don't know. What's the result type? Fatal failure. $17.68. Yeah. That's why I have this breakpoint set. It's not supposed to it's supposed to stop before it hits the gtest structured exception handler. I wonder if I'm gonna have to run this in the main Visual Studio to figure it out. Okay, no, there we go. Now I got it hit. Oh no, wait a minute. That's because it's already trapped. No, it's paused on exception. Okay, it is paused here now. And it's here. That's a bad function call? It's empty. Ooh. Ooh. Why is it empty? Is this a wait wrong? Oh, I think I know what it is. I do see a race now. So this just waits for it to be put into the it waits for it to be put into for this future to be set, right? But that future is set as soon as we reach here, but it's not yet given the connection object back to SMTP to set the delegates, so we don't know if we can call them yet. So what we actually really need to wait until is we need to wait until this process is called and set the future there. Okay. I think I might know what it is then. So await connection is not just to, so we can't just use this future. Well, I can do that. I can use that, but then when we have to get it, we have to tell it to wait for the processing to be called. So auto connection equals that, and then we have to actually wait for that. Connection await processing. So we need to have, and then return connection. So wait processing, we'll just have it block. So up here. So we'll make another promise. Promise void processing promise. Await processing will say auto processing future processing promise dot get future, and then process. Actually, we can just make this one line. Future get, and this promise we set only when we get down to here. set value. There we go. That should prevent the race. So basically you'll block until this delegate is set up so that we can start calling it here. All right. Gotta be careful with multiple threads. Prevent data races. Okay, it should have sent the mail from, because didn't I tell it to send the mail? Does it ever get there? It does. We have headers and a body, so it should go into here then, right? Send mail, it should go here? Yeah, okay, it does. We make a new promise. Oh, something's not right. It has no from header. Oh, I need to set a from header? Oh, I do need to set a from header. Yes. I forgot about that. I even put it in the configuration, right? I have reverse path. So that's here. Yes. So reverse path is configuration reverse path, and then we need to capture that because we need to set that. We wanted to set that one first, actually. Add header from reverse path. There we go. And does that need to have brackets in it? I think it does. So where do I add it? Should I add it there? Or should I add it here? I'm kind of thinking about adding it here. Yeah, let's add it there. All right, let's try again. Try again. Okay, cool. It got no, it didn't get any further. It didn't send. It still didn't send anything. Why the heck not? Let's see. I don't need that breakpoint anymore. Okay, here we go. Protocol stage. Oh, it's still in the greeting stage? It didn't wait for it. It should have waited for it. It should have waited for it there. Oh, wait a minute. No, it won't wait for it. Right, there's a future I had to wait for first. Yes, SMTP. Where was it? Is it, yeah, get ready or broken future. That's it. So we need to wait for that one. Auto ready or broken promise. Or broken future. Well, I guess we can just call it that. And then we have to wait for that, right? So actually it's just ready or broken, and that is that dot get. It's either going to be ready for a message or it will have failed. And so actually I think I'm supposed to set that first, if I'm not mistaken, because otherwise there's a race. Because this could that connect sets up these delegates. Oops, it sets up the delegates and calls process there, so it could immediately call back processing messages, and then it could actually cause those messages could cause a break or early before connect returns. Whereas this one actually adds the new promise, right? Yeah, it pushes back a new promise. So we need to do that first, then try to connect, then wait for it. So basically, if ready, we can't get it. So this is future. So if that dot get is a negative, because I think the way I declare that is The value returned from the future is false in the case of the connection being broken. So false means it's broken. So we bail out. Okay. I'll get this someday. Okay, why didn't it like that? Oh, because it's const. A get actually modifies the future, so it can't be const. Alright. So many errors. This is why we have unit tests, though. Uh-oh, it's stuck infinitely. Aye! Break. I suppose we'll just debug it and see where it gets to. Okay, got to the send mail. That's good. It got the from. It's a transition state. So that means the main program should have proceeded. It should get to there. Interesting. Oh, it did get further. No, it didn't. What is this double message here? I don't know. Okay, try again. Okay, got there. Then send OK. Okay, it didn't get the correct thing. Okay, so it got further. But I think there might still be a race, right? Because the previous run, it didn't get that far. Okay, so anyway, let's fix the braces problem. That is probably in the test, right? Yeah, this needs to be in braces. Oops. I hit F5 instead of F7, so I think I have it set to run Newman when I do the F5. So I probably got an extra, yeah, I got a bunch of extra tests here. We don't need them anymore, right? Delete them all. Right. Debug. Okay. Got receipt. Got the data. And then the data didn't match. Because there's the diff, actually. There was no dot at the end. Oh, the dot's in the wrong place. Okay. Actually, that's true, right? No, that's not true. That's what it should be. What was it? Oh, didn't terminate it correctly. Okay, I guess that's fine. We're not supposed to, oh, actually, maybe that is a bug. I think it's a bug in SMTP. Let me write that down. We're supposed to have the last line terminated with a new line before adding the dot new line. So that's probably a bug. Okay, so bug. Probably a bug in SMTP is does not properly handle body that doesn't end in CRLF. I guess I could fix it today. I'm just running out of time. I have 15 minutes left. So if I put a character turn line feed in there, it should work around the problem for now. Really wish it would just not collapse that. Okay. Okay, receipt 2, okay, data, okay, send data. We're not done. Send queued. We are done. Okay, it worked. Cool, it works every time. Until it doesn't, probably. I'm wondering if I have a race in there still somewhere. The only way I would know is like to actually see it fail. It's not failing now. Oh, there it failed. It wasn't ready at the right time. I wonder if that's because it's just polling. And there is a little bit of asynchronicity there. Let me think about this. So when we send a message, it calls the delegate right away. And that would go here, right? It works every time, some of the time. Yeah, exactly. It'll go here, which will go here, which will get all the way down to the, it's in the last stage basically, and it'll go to on message ready. So it should transition to the ready to send. So it bypasses this because it only logs in once. It should go to on ready. So it should, okay, it actually sets that promise. We're not waiting for that promise. That's why. What does send mail actually return then? Oh, that it's completed. Wait a minute, where is that set? On soft failure. Okay, that's actually set there. So I should be able to see that actually. If I debug this. I don't need that anymore. Okay, so the send mail, this will actually block until either succeeds or fails. Then we're returning whether it succeeded or failed from this async. So question is, where do we wait on that one? Maybe I don't. Maybe that's the problem. Okay, yeah, I don't think I actually waited on. No, I did wait on it. And this should synchronously set it all. So why would it sometimes fail? Because it's in an arbitrary thread context, right? I think that's the reason. That will trigger a promise in this asynchronous, where is it? In the WebGate. This async, this get is blocking, and between when it unblocks and returns, so there's a race. So that means I can't wait. I have to actually wait a little bit. So how about 100 milliseconds? Actually, in both places. Actually, this one should ready, so I can make that a slightly longer one. There we go. Anonymous. You got fields that type anonymous structure to work, even though most of the time was spent procrastinating. Yeah, it happens to the best of us. I think I fixed the race condition though, so I think email should actually work now. The only way I'll really know if the only way you really know if you fix a race condition is the answer is you never do know, because you can't prove a negative. I can't prove it'll never happen. Right? I can only just like pretend it isn't a problem until it is. I'm gonna hit this button a couple dozen times. If I never see a failure, then I move on. Let's just run all the tests. I'll just check this in. We'll say that this initial implementation is done. I'm not testing the negative cases though. So I might want to add a couple test cases for that. Oh, did I change SMTP? I might have. No. Okay. Did change the WebGate. Send mail returns a future to let us know when it's done. Okay. and added that utility. Essentially, I implemented this guy down here, right? All right, that's what we're gonna do. So implement WebGate send mail. Previously, it didn't do anything. And what do we have to implement there? So make send mail return a future. Let's just make asynchronous. Actually, it was always asynchronous. Return a future which can be used to check the status or block waiting on the asynchronous operation. And then I had a bunch of stuff. Add or integrate SMTP authentication. Login, plain, and Scram SHA 256 mechanisms. Okay. So right now we're just letting it go, not caring. Actually, that might be what the Scott Myers article said. I think if we do that, if we throw away the feature, it actually does block at that point until it either succeeds or fails, because it can't destroy. It has to join that asynchronous thread at some point, right? So what I need to do in the future is to just put that future in a collection somewhere, and then have the worker thread reap them. I think that's all I need to say. I'm gonna GC it so I don't get that warning from Git GUI anymore, and push it. All right, I'm getting hungry. What can I actually finish my work today? No. I did that. I didn't really finish that. I just started. It can send mails. Right now it's immediate, and I think it actually blocks until it actually is done. Still, I could test it. Let's just test it. That'll make me feel good. And then I can actually maybe finish this later. So, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, okay, I did a little bit of that integration, right? Because that is in the, where is it? I forget where it is now. It's wherever we call send mail. Mail queue. Mail queue, mail queue. Where are you? Right, so when that command is executed, we actually are going to try to send the mail. Let me look at the mail we have already. Oh, hold on. This is going to be a problem, actually. Now that I think about it, I can't actually do this yet, because commands are executed every time you run through the journal. If we run through the journal and then send the email, and the next time we run through the journal, it'll send the email again. We only want to send it once. Oh well, it'll be an interesting side effect. Well, thanks, Incognition. But you know, the best laid plans, what's the saying? Plans fail the moment you put them into execution? Or plans are only good until you put them into until you put it in motion. I think that's like a military axiom of some kind. It has to do with don't make your plans too elaborate because the plan is worthless once the battle begins. Wish I could remember the full quote. All right, so yeah, this will be interesting. I think it's going to end up sending emails every time I run the cluster. It's actually going to have all 3 servers send it too. I should see a lot of emails if I start the cluster now. Hold on, let me see. Stage. Because these are already in the journal. There are multiples of them. Every time we have one of these queues, queue mails, right? Every one of these queue mails is going to generate an email. It's going to send password reset tokens to Bob. Yeah. This will be interesting. Let's see what happens. And the configuration isn't right though. So what I should do is actually, what's the right thing to do here? To diff the config with the one in the stage. Excuse me. Diff the one in the stage. Oh crap, there's a lot of differences. Oh, I didn't really do much. What if I just blow everything away? So do it. Do it. I guess I gotta do it from this directory. Do it. Uh-oh, there was something... Didn't do something right. Yeah, it didn't actually do it. What's wrong with my scripts? I thought I fixed this yesterday. Do it calls nuke. Nuke removes those files. Stage. Makes a stage if it doesn't exist. Okay, let's do the parts of do it. So nuke. I think that's what it is. What does nuke do? Ah, look at that. All right, do it. Do it. Execute order 66. So every time I do that, we start over with in term 1 with no accounts. So here to say, if I try to log in, actually they'll be connected, but there's no players anymore. So I need to actually create an account. Raimu. And then I had this in here for a reason. Should I use correct battery horse staple, or should I use chickens for life, yo? Let's use chickens for life, yo. Register an account. And here I want to have, I want it to go to Bob. I am not a robot. Register. And then log out. And then I forgot my password. Now before I hit the button, let me double check the configuration is correct. It should show up in the stage. Any service configuration should have this under SMTP. Localhost, reverse path. I mean, it should work. It should show up from Alex. Actually, I should have made it say admin. Although then it wouldn't authenticate. So... Oh, wait a minute. Am I missing... Do I have a... I don't see it. Okay, it's not going to work because we're missing the credentials file. I mean, the credentials file is there, but it's not being copied in. Oh, the orchestrator's not set up to do it. Also, these names are wrong, aren't they? Shoot. This won't work. So let me tear this down. That's the credentials object I wanted to have. Okay, I need to fix some stuff. The tests are wrong. The tests, they're wrong. That is a WebGate problem, right? Having trouble navigating right now. Okay, WebGate WebGate tests. It was like SMTP password, right? Right, this thing. So that's not matching the credentials file at all. That's what I want. So let me try to fix this. So that's SMTP. It's a JSON object, and inside of that we have username and password, right? That should match that. Okay, and then while I'm at it, let me change the config. The reverse path should say, well, I guess Alex is our admin for now. Anyway, this will fail some of my tests, right? It'll fail the sendmail again, because the credentials are wrong. Oh, interesting. So it looks like I have infinite loops if it fails. Anyway, let's fix it. So I'll make a test later for this. I already have a note to do that, right? No, I don't. Okay, so add negative test cases for WebGate send mail. Right now, if credentials are wrong, it loops infinitely, which is bad. So it's up here, right? Not that, but the credentials. This one. So it's credentials SMTP password and username. All right. So try again. Uh-oh. Configure first didn't work? What? What does configure first do? I think I might know why. That's configure first. What does it do? I think I actually have to have transport factors because it actually uses them. Yeah, so that's required now. I guess I'll just have to do that. Actually, why don't I just do that in setup? Why do this everywhere? If everything needs to do it now, right? Is there any reason not to do it everywhere? I don't think so. So I think the setup should just do those two things. Right here. So just do that there, and then we remove it everywhere else. Because those are prerequisites for everything. Hey there, Nui, welcome back. Iteration is king, but then again, no planning at all is even worse. Okay. Let me look up that quote, because now I want to find out what it was. It was something like, no plan remains unchanged. Contact with the enemy. Something like that. No plan survives first contact with the enemy. So in our case, the enemy is bugs and other problems unexpected during development, right? So yeah, so I guess my original thought was I might make good planning for my streams, but it doesn't survive contact with the first bug I run into. Really, it's just aiming me like a... Okay, what is this? Okay, this one is special. Fails if no timekeeper set. I guess I can hose it like this, right? I can set it to null pointer. It's like unsets it. Yeah, let's do it that way. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Exactly. I just need to keep telling myself that. If I was smarter, I'd do just a search replace for these lines. I'm already in motion here. I can't stop. Can never stop. Till I get to the end. Almost there. Okay, that... Wait a minute. Hold on. We're missing something there. Is it just the timekeeper we're missing? Yeah. Okay, I don't really need this anymore, right? I can just do this here directly. Sounds good to me. Run those tests. Aha, so that wasn't, there was another bind fails if no transport factory is set. So, okay, instead of doing the timekeeper, it's what, set factories? I guess I can just set them all to null. All of these. What does that actually, does that actually do anything bad? It just stores them. Okay, so that's safe. The people that just randomly fix it, yeah. Wouldn't that be nice? You just make whatever bugs you want and just wait around for someone else to fix them. Oh wait, that's how most companies work. Ah ha ha ha. Okay, I think we were good with this change. Right, so I really just moved credentials around. What did I do? Oh, that was fixing a test failure, right? Right, so these are all three different things. So let's check this one in first. Fix bug in, fix typo. In nuke script. This one is a multi-parter. It's this hunk. Well, really, these lines go with this. So it is fix test fix where WebGate expects to find SMTP credentials. And then this one is to fix fix broken tests. All tests of WebGate should set an initial timekeeper and transport factories before configuration. All right. Probably should have a test case. Whoop. That's why I don't push from that folder. Probably should have a test case for calling configure without setting transport factories, shouldn't I? Add test case in WebGate for catching that no factories are set when configuring. It didn't used to be a requirement, now it is. So probably configure should just return false if no factories are set. Or either that or build a factory setting into configuration. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, I wanted to try this for reals. So for reals, it's this one it's safe to just reserve because I haven't done any email stuff yet, right? And then to make sure that got the new configuration, oh wait a minute, no, this won't work. Yeah, let's just blow it away. Do it. Execute order 66. Do it. Okay, so that means I have to create a new account, which means we need my password again. Chickens for life, yo. I am not a robot. Register. Logged in, so log out. Interesting. Oh, okay, that's a front end bug. So reset or cancel password reset request. This is in the player console. If I know register button pressed, I need to rework this anyway. So really, it should have gone back to here when we logged out, and then I say, oh, I forgot my password. So it's bobexample.com, and here goes nothing. I think it crashed. Now they're in a death cycle. Yeah, they're in a death cycle. Okay. Did it actually send any mail? That's what I want to know. No. Interesting. Oh, I know why. Because I never, yeah. Those functions aren't set. Right? You know what functions I mean? Those ones. What I mean is in the main program for the main server, where we configure the WebGate. This transport factory doesn't do anything. See that? And then we just call it, so that we can't allow that. So actually, I don't want the CA certs, do I? In testing, I want to include the my test server certificate. How am I going to do this? Okay, I'll leave this for later. So, let's see. In addition to CA certificates, for testing purposes, allow an extra certificate to be used by the SMTP client of the game server. In the game server. Because right now, if I just use an ordinary CA certificates, it'll connect to my test SMTP server and says, oh, I can't trust you. You're not example.com. And it will bail. So I don't really feel like hacking it in right now. Tried libsanitizer, but then you had to find out that it doesn't support embedded systems. Isn't that the worst? I hope you didn't get too far before you realized it didn't support what you needed. All right, so it's past 4-hour mark. It is a Friday, though. I know, can I keep working? I keep working. I don't know. I'm a little undecided about whether I should continue going or just call it a day. And I just realized I shut down my dashboard by accident. I should probably open that up again. Go to my dashboard, please. It's just a joke, this password. This part, chickens, is a inside joke in Adam13531 stream. And then I tried to use it today before my stream, and my own my weak password checker said, no, you can't use that, it's too weak. So I had to add, I tried for life, and it still thought this part was too weak. So I had to add the yo with the exclamation part, and then it finally passed my weak password checker. So I'm seeing old information on my dashboard for some reason. Anyway, I think I will call it here. I'm hungry and I need to go get something to eat. So the things I need to follow up on some bugs, some negative test cases, and then I need to have that extra certificate needs to be in there before I can actually have the real game server send mail to my test server. And then I need to, when I get all that done, I need to actually have it work as a queue. I wonder if I'll just do this on Monday. Hasn't been pwned yet, really? How about chickens? Has that been pwned? Don't use these passwords for real, by the way, guys. This one's from an XKCD comic, and then this one is from Adam's channel, so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they get pwned. Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna go get something to eat, so we're going to raid someone. Maybe we'll raid Adam if he's still going. Yeah, he's still going. Let's go say hi to Adam. Yeah, it's been pwned 194 times. I'm not surprised. We can tell Adam that. He's still going, probably for another hour or two at least. He's working on mobile support for his game. If you haven't seen his channel before, he's working on a game called Botland, which is a strategy game with a focus on automation, and it's all in JavaScript, both front end and back end. And he is just about ready to launch the game sometime this year. He's building up the marketing for it, so if you haven't checked out Botland, you should. And we're gonna go say hi to him. Password? Yeah, password's definitely in the password blacklist. I know that. Anyway, let's go raid Adam, and I'll go get something to eat. I hope you guys have a great weekend. I will see you guys on Monday. My normal schedule is 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific Daylight, so that's UTC -7. Hope to see you back on Monday. I hit the button, so here we go. We're gonna go raid Adam. So, see you guys later. Bye!